Welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I am your host, Tony G, and we are about to get started today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be talking about the 29 of Trump's executive orders. 29 of them. So, actually, it's over 200, but we're going to do 29 of them and things because there's a lot of things that we're going to talk about because he have signed off of the executive orders. Let me go put my earbuds on. That's better. So he have signed off on 29, well, actually over 200 executive orders, and we're going to be talking about 29 of them, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm gonna wait for some people to come into the room, and it's a very exciting thing, Um, we're the MAGA Republicans. This is a MAGA Republican channel where I talk a lot about politics. I talk about social issues. I talk about health. I talk about talk about farming. I cover a lot of topics that affect our day-to-day lives. And this actually affects our day-to-day life in a positive way because we can actually see how Trump has been dismantling the deep state. He's really, really been draining the swamp. So I thank you guys for coming in. Like I got myself a visitor or had myself a visitor. But at any event, so it's early in the morning, 8:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Detroit, Detroit, and things. So we're going to be going over the landscape of the 29 executive orders by Donald J. Trump, the greatest president, and he will go down in history for saving America. So I salute the American people. I salute Trump, and God bless America, and God bless Donald Trump. May that he be safe, Godspeed for ever endeavors that he's doing, and we're going to cover that in things because, like it is, this is a wonderful time, a great time to be alive. And had a lot of ancestors would have been around, they would have actually been voting for Republicans as well. They would have been voting for the MAGA Republicans because there is a difference. And don't let the Dems say that there's no difference. The ones that are, I guess you could say, jaded with hatred and they believe in propaganda and the mainstream news, they believe in this type of stuff, and that's coming to an end too. It's coming to an end, and we can basically see from the economical forum and things like that. And Trump sent a message to him though, flat out though, because he's been kicking the power out from under the legs of the global establishment. You know what I'm saying? Which is the economical forum and things like that. And Klaus Schwab is not happy at all, ladies and gentlemen. He is not happy. You can see the look on his face. He's not happy where this is going. He wants to make this situation in their favor. The Green Deal is pretty much destroyed. That's another thing. The new Green Deal, the Great Reset that they were trying to implement has blown up in their face. And we're going to talk about this right now because this is another thing, though, too. Um, Trump have been moving once again light speed, and then when you have like the Democratic Party, the deep state, you can really see that he's created all these executive orders. He's been putting things into place from the north to south to east and west. He's been hitting them in all directions. And the Democratic Party right now is very, very discombobulated. They don't know what they're going to do because the policies, and Trump already anticipated that they were going to try to do these lawsuits and things like that with these executive orders, which it won't stick because guess who controls the Supreme Court? We do, you know, and he already anticipated this. Once again, by Trump playing four-dimensional chess, and he's like 8 or 9 moves ahead of these clowns, And this is why they can't keep up. They're over here playing checkers, and it's just funny. He got Gavin Newsom under where he needs to be. It was embarrassing with the mayor of LA. He just basically schooled her and tooled her. I mean, really, there's just no strength over there in California as well. It's just really sad, but it's the truth. So we're gonna go ahead and go further in on it. And yeah, this is one of these type of things. We are seeing a true president. And really, to be honest with you, since Donald J. Trump has been president since he was elected back in November of 2024, he's really been running the country, in my opinion. Now, this is my opinion because we already know with the previous president, which is Joseph Biden, and we can basically see all of the destruction and damage that he has done from overturning executive orders. I believe Trump had about 99 executive orders that was put into place. He gave Joe Biden a wonderful economy because we were at the lowest at 1% before the COVID came. And even then, it kind of went up to like 1.8 or something like that percent. But he left him intact a great economy that he can build off of. But since Joe Biden does not work on the behalf of the American people, it's pretty obvious and evident that Joe Biden works for the establishment, which is the people that you heard me mention, like Richard Klaus Schwab and these conglomerate, which is an economical forum. So the World Forum. So it's pretty evident and obvious, right? It's no brainer on that one. So therefore, Biden undermined and changed and really just removed a lot of things that was put into place when Trump was the president before him, and we can see a decline in our quality of life. Inflation started going up. He stopped the drilling. He once again, allowed a lot of illegals to come into the country as well. I'm talking about Joe Biden right now. So he has weaponized the government, right? He has went against his political opponents as well. And these are the things that Biden has done, right? He also put what we call like when it come down to censorship, he put pressure on these tech companies as well to offer strict censorship as well and things like this. This is why you had spaces like YouTube and at the time it was TikTok, right? And they have weaponized them with the spying, who they consider to be combative or people they consider to be terrorists and things like that. So it was like a watch list and people that got deplatformed, right? So all this stuff is going on under Joe Biden and things like that. So we already know the history. I just want to kind of wind back a little bit, talk about what happened in the past. Excuse me, talk about what happened in the past under Joe Biden and things, because it really wasn't that long ago when you really think about it. But again, he has weaponized, talking about Joe Biden, he has weaponized the government. Once again, he went after these tech companies and stuff like that. He actually has politicized and weaponized these tech companies with the censorship, what they consider to be enemy combatants and so forth. And they just really put basically like a censorship on the American people and stuff. This is where the spying, Joe Biden once again weaponized the government as well to go after their citizens, go after people. So all this stuff happened under Joe Biden. And this is what ended up happening though. This is the known fact. And the reality of it is that this is why it was a landslide for Trump winning, becoming the president, the 47th president of the United States. So therefore, we're going to go over 29 of Trump's executive orders very, very soon. Because again, some of you guys may not be up yet, and that's cool. I'll just treat this as a video, and you guys can play catch up later. So we're going to go over it very, very soon, but just kind of walking down Biden's policies and how devastating they were. With the liberal left, for some of them that have voted for Trump for something better, you know. What else? They've been spreading misinformation, and Trump is in the process of. I think he already has set up a executive order against that as well too, where these news media outlets, these legacy news media and so forth, they will not be allowed to keep spreading misinformation anymore. There's already mandates in it. I think it was executive order, excuse me, executive orders that Trump have already set up to stop that. And this is why right now is that, you know, we are in a better space and place right now, ladies and gentlemen. Because when we go over some of these executive orders, you'll see why. So before I even mention with Trump about that, um, like I said, the news outlet have been weaponized under the Biden administration. Even before then, we had a serious thing about censorship, right? This is one of the major things, though, because we already know they understand that communications is very, very important. And we're talking about with deep state, they understand this stuff, right? So when they set all this stuff up, when I roll back time, the hands of time, there was like a major, major thing going on where they wanted to keep the American people under this propaganda stuff because whoever controls the media, right, they can create who is the enemy, right, and they can create who is friendly or friend or foe. They can create this, no problem. They can create this stuff easy. But what's ended up happening is that we are in a different space in 2025. So far, so good. Excuse me. We're off in a wonderful start, as far as taking back the country, undoing the policies and executive orders that Joe Biden have set up. Look at the border situation. We have over 500 people that already have been rounded up. We're talking about these dangerous criminals and these illegals. We have over 500 of them have already been rounded up. You know what I'm saying? Already have been rounded up. And once again, excuse me, once again, this is a policy under Joe Biden. They allowed the illegals to come in here in the first place. This is why I love talking about this stuff, ladies and gentlemen, because it's something that's important. People that don't like to hear this type of stuff because they are in some type of la-la fantasy land, and that's just a small minority group. But the majority of the people of America, excuse me, they understand the importance of what Trump is doing and why these executive orders have been placed as a safeguard. It's going to be very difficult to unwind what has already been set up. Because, like I said before, this is a dynasty, ladies and gentlemen. This is something for long lasting in the future. This is not just a silly election. No, 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 no. It's much more sophisticated than that. And that's why I say we don't need to tell Trump at this point, we don't need to tell him anything. He would be known history wise of saving America. I just want this to be known and clear. Trump will go down in history as saving America. I said saving because America needs to be saved. And you guys need to hear this before we go over these executive orders again and things because, like it is, I love what he has set up for saving America. God bless America. And we need somebody like this because these other presidents didn't save America, they were destroying it. It's pretty evident and obvious that they were doing this. They were destroying America, you know. Excuse me. They were destroying America. So I'm basically kind of just walking people down of what happened in the past under the Biden administration. You cannot deny this. The thing about when I used to debate against liberals, and one of the ones that really hated Trump derangement syndrome included, a lot of times what they would tend to do, they would ask a question with another question, meaning that they don't have an answer when I hit them up. Like, what were some of the greatest things that Biden do? We know what a lot of them will do. They say, what is the things that Trump done? They do this stuff, right? It's just nonsense. It's like kindergarten type stuff. I called you this, but when you called me that, and I called you this. It's that type of stuff though. This is the mind. I mean, I listen to some of these people though, and it's just pretty ridiculous that they can't even see that this guy is saving America. They really don't understand what is truly going on here. So let's go ahead and go further down here. Before I go into the executive orders, I got something else I want to talk about, right? Because we're going to be covering 29 of them. But for those that may or may not know, um, when Trump got into office January 2025, Trump administration proposed a temporary freeze on the external communications from the federal health agencies, including the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, right? National Institute of Health, right? And the Food and Drug Administration. He put a freeze, it's a blackout for communication. And this is why you aren't hearing nothing right now, because Trump is already ahead. He already knew what he was going to do. He learned from his mistakes in 2016. Trump has the support of the people now. And everybody in America is on board with it. They're okay with it now because they see the deep state and they see what they've been doing, what they've been up to. So, since we have this blackout right now, a blackout on communications, and this is what, because you know what they were trying to do? They were going to try to recreate another COVID. Now they can't do it because there has been executive order, not executive order, but he has placed in a temporary freeze in regards to the external communications is what Trump did. So he put that into place as a safeguard to keep them from spreading or trying to come up with some type of another pandemic. Because that's what we call it, pandemic, not pandemic, but pandemic, right? And this is genius once again. So this is why you guys are not hearing anything about the CDC, right? The health, as well as the National Institute of Health and the Food and Drug Administration. I do believe that these alphabet boy federal agencies will be dismantled and things because, once again, they have been part of the problem and not the solution. So let's go ahead and further down. So, effective through February the 1st, 2005, it will require that any public announcement, scientific reports, as well as health advisories and updates to public facing websites receiving approval from the political appointees before release. Exceptions are allowed for urgent communications and recalls. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna read regards to the before that. Let's go over this again. January 2025, the Trump administration imposed a temporary freeze on external communications from federal health agencies, including the Center for Disease and Control and Prevention, the National Institute of Health, as well as the Food and Drug Administration, right? This directive, effect through February the 1st, 2025, requiring, right, that any public announcements and scientific reports, health advisory, and updates to public facing websites receiving approval for a political appointees before release. Exceptions are allowed for urgent communications and recall notice. The freeze has raised concerns amongst public health experts about potential delays as well as in um, dismantling viral information, especially during health emergencies, right? Similar actions occurred during Trump's first term, where there was an interference with the CDC public outreach efforts. This is basically what it is. This is why I was reading in regards to what Trump has done by putting a freeze on, once again, CDC, right? National Institute of Health, as well as the Food and Drug Administration, because these people were responsible for this whole pandemic, COVID type stuff. So, like I said, Trump is already way ahead. He's like 10 steps ahead of the deep state and so forth. So he knows what's going on, right? Now that I have read that, it's a beautiful thing, and we're going to go over 29 of the policies. Let's start with the number one, restoring names that honor American greatness. We're already seeing that American greatness, he have been restoring some of the names. So changing some of these names of these great mountains and so forth, and other things that was taken away and taken down that's been restored. Number two, designating cartels and other organizations as foreign terrorist organizations, and especially designated global terrorists. So there it is again. The cartel, ladies and gentlemen, has been labeled as a foreign terrorist organization. We're going to have Delta Force. We're going to have Special Op Forces. We're going to have the Green Berets. We're going to have, what's those guys? Not Green Berets, but Navy SEALs guys, right? We're going to have some of the toughest people because the American military might is the greatest on this planet, right? They're going to go in there and they're going to take these guys out. Everybody talking about these people that's trying to prop up the cartel. There's no match for the military might of America when it comes down to our military might. And they're sending them in there, and they're going to eradicate every last one of them, man. You know what that's going to mean for the world as well as America? It's going to mean a new day. You know what I'm saying? We already are seeing the exodus of these criminals. Over 500 of them have been rounded up. You know what I'm saying? So wasn't much of a fight or a resistance, to be honest. And it's not gonna stop there. We are getting our country back, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a beautiful thing just talking about it, right? I love talking about it. Here's my other favorite. Ending racial and wasteful government DEI programs and preferences. This is another big one, right? Because this is an executive order number 3. You know what I'm saying? So we already seeing normalcy is being returned, common sense is being restored, right? And things, there's only two genders, one male and one female, right? We don't have to worry about transgender people going into women's bathrooms. Women have got their sports back as well. They have made a executive order from coming from Trump, right, to make sure that men do not participate in women's sports. And no one wants to see that. Women don't want to see it. Men don't want to see it. It's going to tell the truth, right? We don't want to see that type of stuff. This is the lunacy coming from the left, and it is looking more ridiculous as we start to go down the list. Number 4, reforming the federal hiring practices and restoring merit to government services. This is another one right here. Now that we don't have to deal with DEI, it's going to be merit based. If you want the job, you have to prove that you are qualified, and this is going to bring back the what we call the confidence, right? And things like that. So when you're going into a place of business or whatever it is, you don't want some DEI hire. You want somebody that is capable, competent, right, and know what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? So this is another beautiful thing, man. I love it, man. I really do. Number 5, defending women from gender ideologies, as I mentioned earlier, right? Extremists, you know what I'm saying, and restoring biological truth to the federal government. So, like we said, if you have a male gender, that makes you a male. If you have a female part, that makes you female, right? And this is it's we were already knew this way before this stupid transgender ideology came around. In America, we all knew this stuff. You know what I'm saying? Up until TikTok was created, and then they came out with this stuff to try to divide America, and they tried to destroy America. You know, if we go back in 2000, it was nuts. It was no such thing as this. Let's keep it real. We can go all the way up until we started hearing about it into 2016, because that's when TikTok was came around. Before that, No American never talked about. It was silly to have all these gender. Now we happen to have them now. Come on now, make that make sense, right? Number six, establishing and implementing the president's Department of Government Efficiency. We know that already happened. Number seven, right? America's first policy directive to the Secretary of State. This is another one, ladies and gentlemen. America first. Getting rid of the illegals out of our country is America first, right? Destroying the cartel, America first, right? All these things that we're doing right now, that Trump is setting up right now, has been working on the behalf of America, making America strong, vibrant. We are going back to getting rid of this old nonsense type stuff, merit based. Like I said before, it's a beautiful thing. Number seven, America's first policy. I already read that one. Number eight, reevaluating and realigning United States foreign aid. This is another one, right? So with our foreign aid, guess what? We are reevaluating. Think about this. Trump is reevaluating and realigning, right? Any country that is looking for foreign aid, right? And we're going to look into this thing very seriously because there's countries that's going to be cut off. Trump already said it. He's cutting off a lot. He's cutting off a lot of the European nation where troops are being pulled out of, coming out of the world and coming back home. I love Trump's policies, man. It just makes a lot of sense. The troops are being withdrawn, right? And then not only that, once again, he's going to evaluate and determine which foreign country receive our aid. There's a new day, ladies and gentlemen. America first, not the world first, but America first, right? Love it. Number nine, protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety. So how is Trump is doing it? He already made mention. If he acquires Greenland and make them part of the United States as well as Canada, in my opinion, this is going to be protecting America. Even Trump said it because he said the reason why he wants Canada and Greenland is for national security purposes, right? Because Canada, for a lot of you may or may not know this, and I used to live in Canada, but I want to say this. Canada is a lot of area, uncharted territory in Canada, because if you look at the map, look at all of the provinces that are in Canada, and a lot of them kind of ride on the border area there. You don't really go venture further out though. So a lot of these inhabitants, Manitoba, right, and all the rest of them, right, Saskatchewan, right. You start looking at it, right. You start looking at all these Nova Scotia. You start looking at all these particular provinces in Canada, right. Alberta, right. You have Vancouver, British Columbia. You have a lot of these particular places over there in the provinces of Canada, which is 10 of them. And you look at it and look at it on the map. And if you go beyond that, it's when you start going further before you start eventually reaching into Greenland, right? That there's a lot of uncharted territory in Canada. So that would make it easy for the enemy that can come in there, right? And it can really this is we're talking about national security as well as Greenland as well too. So therefore, they would actually look better being a part of something great, which is the United States. Well over 50% of Canadians, they would rather be Americans because they would benefit from our tax structure, as well as a lot of other things, right? Who don't want to be an American, right? Because with the British crown, they haven't really benefited a whole lot. And we've been carrying Canada all this time. And that's why Trump calls Canada pretty much like a welfare state in so many words. You know what I'm saying? Because they haven't really been sufficiently been able to sustain without us. Justin Trudeau been said that in order for, he said it, we had to charge America high tariffs in order for you guys to send products into Canada. But at the same time, we have little tariffs or no tariffs. In this case, no tariffs from Canadians shipping products back to the United States. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with the world when you start looking at it. The world can send stuff in America. We don't charge them no tariffs. But vice versa, look at India. They were hitting us up for 100% tariffs. True fact. Until Trump said, you know what, you're going to hit us with 100% tariffs, we're going to hit you with 100% tariffs. Now that's going to cause coming to the negotiating table now. So tariffs can actually be used for negotiating purposes. Trump knows exactly what he's doing. So let's go ahead and go down the list here, right? So number 10, unleashing Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. We know what that is. The oil. The oil, ladies and gentlemen, because drill, baby, drill, Keystone Pipeline, we have we have a lot of oil reserves here in America, that good old liquid black gold. And this is one of the main things with Trump is how we're going to sustain us being independent, independent. We don't have to rely on no Saudis or we don't have to rely on none of them, right? We're going to be energy independent. And this is what we mean about America first, you know? So for these people that don't want to like America first, and they're from these other, this is about America first. And if you're American, you should want this. It ain't been working the other way. It's working now, right? So you should want this about America first, as well as America being independent. You should want this. This is what America is all about. We have to take care of our own. And right now, since we already won the war politically, your job as an American, if you're listening here, whether you're American or not, right? Because when America wins its independence, hopefully other nations will start rising up and doing the right thing, right? In thinking about their people and their benefits for their people. And this is what's going on here in America for us all. United we stand, divided we fall. And we were on the verge of falling because they had us coming with all these old BS policies, DEI, transgender stuff. That was the stuff that was destroying America. You got all these old misfits, weirdos, and freaks that's in positions of power that they have no business being in. And this is why Trump had to get rid of them. And I'm all for that. And I'm not apologetic at all. Number 11, protecting America's people against invasion. This is another thing. We're just walking down to 29 executive orders. And this is another one. Protect. A minute. Huh. These old AirPods, boy, they don't really last. So protecting America, right, against invasion. And this is another one. I appreciate it for the like. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. So if you like what you hear so far, please don't be afraid. You can give a like. If you don't have to have any comments to say, that's cool. But I appreciate a like or two and a subscribe as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate the likes. Thank you. So again, protecting America people against invasion, right? This is another one. And this is why under this current administration, it's very, very, this is a serious thing. And under Trump and his administration to protect America, because America first. This is what it's about. No matter which political alignment you serve, the first thing is about protecting America first. This is what it's about. Protecting America. And Trump is going to get that done, right? Um, declaring a national emergency, energy emergency, which he has already have done under this executive order. Trump has declared a national energy emergency because all of our energy has been outsourced. We've been paying high tariffs, right, out to these other countries and these other nations to receive from food, like produce and all this other stuff. America, remember, ladies and gentlemen, what the Biden administration have set up, that's not America first. He set us up as nothing more than a big consumer, right? When you got a person like Donald J. Trump, one of the greatest presidents we ever had, you know, he has set it up where we, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to protect us, right? America first, protect us against invasion, right? Declaring a national energy emergency as well. This is another one, right? Energy emergency. Number 13, securing our borders, which they already are. We got the border patrol down there that is securing the border. They just sent in the troops yesterday. We have military might at that border. We're not messing around. And this is a message for any illegal immigrant, anybody that's harvesting illegal, you can face up to fines and jail time so that you know. It's already gone. The hunt is coming on, though, right? So, again, if you want to smoke, just so that you know, if you go out here and you go against the executive orders and the mandates for mass deportation, and you're found or caught, because this is really serious, you could face fines and jail time. So you guys got to stop protecting or trying to harvest criminals. You go down there and protest if you want to. You go into jail. You're going to jail. And that's going to be anybody. Whether if you are a government official, political, whatever it is, you're going to jail. You're going to jail, right? So let's go ahead and go further down here. Securing our borders, number 14, restoring the death penalty and protecting public safety, which is very, very big. The death penalty got to be put back into place, right? And it should be a death penalty. I think he's going to do one for drug dealers, fentanyl, stuff like that, because in China, you caught with any type of drug that they say it's a drug, it's automatic death penalty. There's no way of whining out of it. There ain't gonna be no protests. It will be the death penalty. That's sending a message to any drug dealer, any illegal drug dealer, so that hey, you're caught with fentanyl, and fentanyl have killed a lot of people. You're caught with selling. There's a chance that you can get the death penalty, so that you know. This administration is not playing around, right? Number 15, protecting the meaning of value of America citizenship. This is another one, protecting the meaning. And what he means by that is that because of the 14th Amendment, that they have played slick and loose with the words, just misinterpreting them. I'm talking about the Dems on the left, the liberals. They've done this on purpose. Now, blacks should know this, right? 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment was specifically designed for blacks at the time after slavery, of abolishment of slavery, 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, right? Were the natural legal citizens that was born here. You have to be a legal citizen, right? So if you're a legal citizen here, right, and they wrote us into the Constitution under the 14th Amendment, who does not apply under that stipulation? People that were not born here cannot hide under that 14th Amendment. It was designed for us as black people, not Hispanics, not Latino. We go right down the list. Any foreigner, you do not get birthright citizenship. No anchor babies. That's why y'all got to bounce. You got to go with your children. The only people that qualify are American citizens, and they wrote us in under the 14th Amendment. This is a fact. This is a fact. Ain't no playing loose and slick with the words, with the wordings. It's quite clear. The 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment was designed for us and us only. You know, this is exactly what it is. And this is what I was interpreting this, right? When he said protecting the meaning of value of American citizenship, right? So they're not allowed to include anchor babies, right? There will be no, right, birthright citizenship. None. None. Sorry. No. No. And they can try to protest this, the lawsuits. Trump is already ahead. There will not be none. None. No. No. None. It will not be none. It only applies to blacks of slave ancestry. Because again, they had to write us in after the abolishment of slavery. But they don't get that opportunity and right. No. Sorry. And any black advocating for foreigners, you are the bigger fool than I think you are. Let me tell you why. Because every time blacks rally under other organizations, right, they utilize us, right? I already addressed the 92% of black women and stuff like that, and they haven't have no benefits at all. Just use you, right? This is exactly what it is. Just constantly being used. They don't have this. They don't have the energy to. When has a foreigner ever did anything for black folks? That's why I have great respect now for the foundational black Americans, because even with them, they understand. Well, how can you be black and not know your history? And then you want to rah for them. I don't rah for them. They don't rah for us. Foreigner illegals do not have any. They don't provide anything. They're a drain on our society, right? This is exactly what it is. They don't pay into our tax structure. They send their money overseas, and this is why they're being rounded up. We're starting with the hardest of the criminals first, right? And then after that, the illegal criminal immigrants, y'all got to bounce up on out of here. So we're going down Trump's policies. You don't have you're no match for Trump. You have failed on the liberal side. It is what it is. I'm not upset about it. We won. You lost. So this is exactly what it is. America first. And you either going to get in line or you can get you a ticket and get the hell out of America. It's just that simple. You ain't got to stay here. You know, why don't you do like what the Hollywood elites have already done? Buy yourself an airplane ticket and fly out. It's just that simple. If you don't like America, because all we want is people here that love America. And we're going back to the golden age, whether you like it or not. You can criticize Trump. You can say all this and that. He would go down in history as the greatest president who saved America, let alone reverse the criminal tyranny of this government, right? That's why they're attacking him. But the stupid people don't understand that, though. And I get it. When you've been brainwashed watching CNN and MSNBC and ABC, you believe, and then that's going to be a new day for those agencies too, because as I mentioned, this is one of the main reasons as to why Trump has been kicking the legs out under the deep state, draining the swamp, right? Hitting them left and right. Over 200 executive orders. They don't know where to go, ladies and gentlemen. They are in panic mode, full blown panic mode. Now that Pete Hegseth is in there, he has a Trump type, I love saying this, Trump type cabinet, right? And this is going to be a legacy for future to come. This ain't just a silly election. What he's doing right now, this is going to be a legacy of MAGA Republicans. Democrats won't ever, the way it's going right now, they're not going to, it'll be a snowball chance in hell that they would ever become, or let's say, be a part of as far as being elected as a president and all the rest of the stuff. Because now that we have taken out a lot of these illegal immigrants, we know why they were over here, because they needed the voter block. They're losing the black voter block. More blacks are waking up, so and that's a good thing. The Dems are losing their voting block. They don't have nowhere to go. See, you understand? John Paddock says, "Hey, Tony B, remember what LBJ said about blacks after the Equal Rights, right? It's signed exactly. Not okay. Not you. Better go look. Okay. Are you talking about the one that says that he can have the blacks voting Democrat? Oh, in other words, he said, I can have the niggers. This is what quote LBJ said. I can have the niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 to 300 years. If that's the one you're talking about, okay, gotcha. So and that was LBJ's quote back then. LBJ was a known racist. Thanks for bringing that up for me, John. Man, I appreciate you, man. Yeah, this is why he said they knew it, because the Democrats already knew if we give blacks this little trinket and trash, like a little bit of a civil rights, and they hijacked the civil rights. That's not the original civil rights bill that Martin Luther King marched and died for. It's like everybody is included, and we have been excluded. Everybody else included, foreigners and all kind of people. They didn't go through the struggle. Blacks won't call it out because you know why? If they do, they get kicked out of the Democratic Party. Remember, the liberal Democrats now, all they want is yes men and mindless autotons in the Democratic Party. Any type of questioning will get you kicked out of the Democratic Party. Am I telling the truth, or am I lying? And I appreciate you once again, John, for bringing that up. Lyndon B. Johnson said, I can have the niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 to 300 years. Quote. That's what he said. And this is why you have blacks that will not let go of the Democratic Party, because they think that the Democratic Party is a savior, a beacon of hope in the black community. There's no beacon of hope, because you go in those blue states and those inner cities, it's like I always said, crime, violence, drugs, gang activity, dilapidated neighborhoods, right? As well as underserved, as well as disenfranchisement. Who caused it? The Democratic Party. Exactly what it is. That's why the black Democrat liberals don't have an answer for that. They'll automatically say, well, what did Trump and all this, because they don't have an answer for it. They're like little children for a lot of them that still vote Democrat. They don't even see the destruction of what this party did to their own community. You can't blame it on Trump, because Trump wasn't even the president then. But you have an outstanding racist presidents like Lyndon. He was the vice president that only came a one-term temporary until he got uh Ford. Yeah, Gerald Ford came in after Lyndon B. Johnson, I do believe. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is exactly. I'm sorry, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Not Gerald Ford. I'm talking about Nixon. Wait a moment, Nixon. Sorry about that. Yeah, Nixon. Sorry about that. I misspoke. Yeah, Nixon. You got to understand it's a little bit before my time. But Nixon, right? He came in, right? So again, yeah, I appreciate that, though, John. Yep. Let me see here, man. Nice to see you. Good morning to you. Yeah, I'm just walking down these executive orders right now under Trump, 29 of them so far. So where am I at here? Oh yeah, here it is. Number 18, holding former government officials accountable for election interference and improper disclosure of sensitive governmental information. Man, this is big. This is number 18, because we always said that Trump is going to go after the people that were responsible for our election fraud back in 2020. And Trump does have the evidence, and he's going to use that evidence against the Biden administration. And there's going to be a reckoning that's going to occur because of what they did. They were responsible for election fraud. Let's go ahead and walk it down. How were they responsible for election fraud? Well, they cheated, first of all, stuffed these ballots with dead people and other people. And they have evidence, even in Detroit. I live in Detroit. You can go down there in Detroit, man, they didn't care. They were doing this stuff is highly illegal, and they're going to face jail time. When it come out, all that was responsible for, and you hear me, if any of you been part of that, you Democrats have been part of that ruse, yep, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Any one of you, you're gonna be going to prison because he do have the evidence. So tampering with the voting boxes, right? There's rigging of the machines. You know what I'm saying? Yep, gonna be in trouble. It's gonna be serious accountability. And he already wrote this in the executive order. And it's gonna go down. The hammer is coming down on you Dems that were responsible and participated in election fraud, which is very serious because you have committed treason against the American people. It's not this simple. You have created a major crime. You have committed treason. You have went against our election, right? For the American people. Trump should have been in there in 2020. There's no way in the world Biden won that election. Stop the nonsense. Don't even try it. He did not win. And now that Trump got the executive order, there's gonna be a lot of hell to pay, right? Because this will be considered treasonous, and it will also be considered what we call an insurrection, right? This is serious. So I hope it was worth it for people that was over the election. I hope it was worth it in 2020 because a lot of you are going to be facing prison time, as it should. If it was left up to me, I would call you as a treasonous as well too. And we know what we do with our people that are treasonous, right? It's usually commended to death. Really. And I appreciate the subscribe. Thank you so much. You know, because like I said, I wanted to get this stuff out going over the 29. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the likes too. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You know, so yeah, so this is basically what it is. We have to talk about what it is. This is about America first, to go after our political enemies that went after us with the censorship, weaponizing. What else did they do on election fraud? When Twitter was Twitter, right? They weaponized these tech companies, threatened them. I mean, Mark Zuckerberg wasn't lying about that. He said that they forced him and told him if he didn't, he had to play ball. Now, I didn't agree with what he did by joining on to him, but he joined on to him. This is why we had the mass censorship that was going on, right? They were shadow banning. Remember, wasn't that long ago? Shadow banning, right? They were doing it, deplatforming people that only simply spoke the truth. They violated our First Amendment rights, which is the freedom of speech. And any American that's against that are not American. You are anti-American. And that's what the Biden administration has been claimed, has been dubbed as anti-American, anti-government, right? And anti-constitution. That's what a lot of the dim liberals that was responsible, right, for the election fraud. This is what ended up happening. They used the tech industries, and then not only that, they have weaponized the government to go after anyone that spoke out against COVID, anyone that spoke out against the jab, which is, I'm going to still say it, right? I'm going to say it for what it is. Vaccinations, right? Vaccinations. I'm going to say it again. Vaccinations. I'm going to say it again, right? Vaccinations. I'm going to say it again. One more time. Vaccinations, right? They went after the wording of that, right? And John says it goes beyond political. How many people died of COVID? Exactly. I was just about to get there. Because cheap, effective treatment, right? Cheap, effective treatment were censored. Exactly. And let's go over that because I know where John going. Why not? Let's go over it. The cheap, effective things that could have combated COVID, many of you may or may not know. But again, ivermectin, right? It's the number one, right? Number two, a hydrochloroquine, right? That's number two. Number three, amoxicillin. Those are the three. And then you put that with zinc, you know, these were the ones that they did not want the American people to know about. That's why many people died from getting the jab, which we call the vaccine. Do you realize vaccines kill people? They have this. There's stuff that goes way back beyond the late 1700s talking about the dangers of vaccines, all the way up to modern day now. That's why they put a censorship on this type of stuff, because they didn't want the American people to know the truth, let alone the world. They didn't want you to know about ivermectin. They didn't want you to know about hydrochloroquine. They didn't want you to know about amoxicillin. Those are the three right there. They didn't want you to know that at all. But many of you that have gotten the jab, I mean, I understand, but I feel sorry for you, though, man. Because we know that they cause major complications if they don't take you out. Blood clots, all this other stuff. I talked to people in the military that said they would rather not take the vaccines. Why? Because they knew what it would do. And now that Trump has reinstated those people with full pay, back pay, as he should, this is a man for our country. Donald J. Trump, the greatest president that we have ever had, let alone protecting and restoring America, bringing our freedom back. Donald J. Trump, I salute you, Trump. You know what I'm saying? This is exactly what it is. This is what John was alluding to, because they didn't want us to know this stuff. These are cheap. You can buy this stuff cheap. You ain't got to take no vaccine. And the reason why I can say vaccine, because Trump have already put an executive order eliminating censorship. See what I'm saying? So right now, I'm not under the guidelines of censorship. See what I'm saying? Before talking about this, you would get deplatformed in the New York Minute. See what I'm saying? So once again, who we have to thank for, not Biden, Trump. And I'm going to keep walking this down, right? Where else you going to learn about this stuff, right? John says $6 for years worth of ivermectin. I suggest you guys look into what I'm saying and what John is saying as well. Ivermectin is cheap. He put me on game about where I can get ivermectin. You're supposed to be knowing about this, right? If Biden was the so-called deliverer and savior, well, why do you know about that? He was pushing for the vaccine, remember? He said anybody, he put mandates. You couldn't go to work, especially in the government. You couldn't go. You had to show your card saying that you were vaccinated, right? Where are my detractors now? Oh yeah, see, they don't have an answer for it though, right? They went right along, goofy and all, went right along with this type of stuff. And I get passionate about this stuff because look at the lives that they have destroyed. This is why Anthony Fauci will be tried on a state level. If we can't get him on a federal level, we'll get his ass on the state level. How about that? And he ain't the only one, because Bill Gates had a lot to do with it too. Can we talk about Event 201? John says, I took the first year monthly. Cool. Because I was essential, right? I couldn't stay at home out of human contact, right? Exactly. Yeah, because there was a thing called essential workers, right? I'm an essential worker because I'm an Uber driver, Lyft driver. And then I did food delivery when I wasn't doing driving around in COVID, right? I stopped that to do food delivery temporary for probably about 8 or 9 months, right? Sure did. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I really did. You're right, John, because it would classify people as essential workers under the threat of so-called the pandemic that they created. You know what I'm saying? This is true. So Trump have already rolled back on all that. And I'm gonna bring this up before I go down the list. January 2025, Trump administration imposed a temporary freeze on the external communications of the federal health agencies, which are included the Center for Disease and Control and Prevention, National Institute of Health, right, which is the NIH, as well as the Food and Drug Administration. Trump had put a communicational blackout on these boys. So that way they don't go out here and try to create another pandemic because they sure was going to have to ramp that up. So that's why you're not hearing nothing about monkeypox. You ain't going to hear nothing about any of this stuff now because Trump have already put a blackout. That's why you're not hearing about it right now. There will be no more of this pandemic nonsense. You can take the mask off because the mask does not stop that. What is it? The germ of the germ of what is it? Our oh yeah, that's right. The pores in that mask. It's I believe it's like what's the pores of that mask, John? It's about a size of about 80, what's it, microns or something like that. But with the germ, it's at 3. That means it can pass through the mask. This whole mask thing was silly. You know what I'm saying? Silly, silly, silly. It really was. Boogie Ray says, I have my travel paperwork for COVID lockdown to get to work back home with our arrests from the police being out in public. So I have my travel paperwork for blah 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 to get okay at home out okay without arrest, right? Okay. Well, you are you talking about from back then? I know you said LOL. I know. Yeah, yeah. 90 microns. Thank you, John. I said 80, but 90 microns, right? So the 90 microns is what the masks have, right? A germ such as the COVID or flu, which is about 3 microns, right? 3 microns versus 90 microns. There's no way in the world that a mask at 90 microns is going to stop a germ, which is 3 microns. You understand? What y'all walking around with these masks, you look silly. Sorry, but it's the truth. Someone have to tell you the truth. All you're doing is making the people that produce the masks rich. If it was that simple, nobody should be getting affected. It would stop spit, saliva, cough here and there, but anything under 90 microns is not going to block it. Sorry. So this is the pseudoscience BS that came down from the people that was responsible, the CDC. This is why Trump put a blackout on that. Exactly. Yeah. Boogie says, yep, and they were using everyone that was essential worker paperwork to travel. They sure were. I remember that. To and from work and to get groceries, gas, right? Times 2 a week. They sure were. Yeah, you're right. I remember. John says they are slowing down human progress. Yeah, and Bill Gates got a lot to pay for with this, though, too. We know that Fauci was a flunky. Flunky Fauci. That rhymes, doesn't it? Flunky Fauci. I'm going to start calling him Flunky Fauci. Fauci, you know? So, because he has to face what he did and anybody else that was behind that fake pandemic type stuff. And you got people walking around here with masks and everything. They're so conditioned and trained like chimpanzees, right? Like test animals walking around with a mask, thinking that they're going to be protected from COVID, right? So, once again, man, the brilliance of Donald J. Trump and once again, man, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's been kicking the legs out from the establishment for quite some time. Look at the accomplishments he have gotten all the way. So let me go ahead and read the rest of it here, and then we're gonna go back from there, man. So And I appreciate you guys for chiming in, though. Because like I said, I enjoy doing this stuff, man. To put some common sense against all the foolery and the and the fuckery that's been going on around here. And we've been fucked over by this regime rogue government for a long time. Let's keep it real, right? All right. So therefore, let me see here. Where was I? Protected citizenship. Oh yeah, unleashing the energy, realigning. Okay, 1819. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. Yep. What we mean by that? The integrity, right? Trump, we already know, have permanently gotten rid of a lot of these whacked out liberal, transgender, what I call freaks and misfits, right? Got them up on out of there. We are restoring the integrity back in our military role. Every man, every woman will dress accordingly. Women will be classified as women, and men are classified as men. There are only two genders. Beautiful thing. Boogie says, I kept all the paperwork since I violated my since it violated my constitutional rights, right, for travel freely without the threat of without the threat of let's see, without the threat of what's that word, coercion, conversion, not conversion. What is that word? With the threat, I got what you're saying about the threat, right? With the threat. So therefore, oh yeah, I got to read what John says. I'm sorry about that, John. I think Fauci was more than a flunky. He held patents to COVID test. Yeah, he did. He did a lot of dirt, man. Yeah, he was responsible for that. Look at the paperwork. Look at all the stuff that's been going on. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Would they have uh, released chemical, biological warfare on the American people? They were responsible for destroying a lot of innocent people's lives in the sake of this pandemic nonsense. They have destroyed a lot of businesses as well. There was mall and pawn shops that was shut down. The only people were allowed to operate and work like Walmart and these other type of supermarkets while everybody else was shut down. Remember? They were totally responsible under the Biden administration. Those that were involved should also, and Trump is coming after them for this pandemic stuff too. You know what I'm saying? They were the ones that tried to say that Trump was responsible, when in fact they were responsible for this type of stuff. Once again, Trump was right. He was correct. Boogie says, my GMA, told me, right, they have been messing with COVID for 60 plus years and showed me the canisters from the cleaning supplies from the 80s since I killed COVID. Then seems the picture online, send a picture on, or seen a picture. I think it said send a picture online about it. Okay, I think that's supposed to be send. Okay, or seen the picture online about it. Okay, you see the picture online about it. Okay, so there it is. You know, so yeah, so I'm not discounting what Boogie is saying, because there's a lot of validity of what you're saying, because these are the people that allowed this thing to happen under their watch, and then they try to make it as a natural thing, but they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. They've been getting their hands caught in the cookie jar. But you notice Biden didn't pardon himself. You know what I'm saying? He didn't pardon himself. And like I said, they're going to go after Fauci on the state level, the civil level, which they should, because he could still face criminal time for that, and anybody else that was involved with it as well, though, too. So it's not an easy matter that can be easily beat. It really isn't. Boogie says, yeah, check out all the Lysol sprays, exactly, from the 80s and 90s, and they're a long time. Yeah, because it says right there that there was effective of killing COVID. with the Lysol cans and stuff, or and things like that. That I think I remember reading. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, this is a long time plan. You're absolutely right about this type of stuff. You know, and the more Americans should be getting behind this message. Because if you ain't American, if you don't back this stuff, you are anti-American. And that's why I said I would love to coin the phrase for Trump. Anybody that stand against truth on this is anti-American. We got to start using that term, ladies and gentlemen. If you support COVID, you are anti-American. If you support censorship, you are anti-American. If you don't stand for the Constitution, you are anti-American, right? If you stand for this transgender stuff and all this nonsense, you are anti-American. If you stand for illegal immigration in this country, you are anti-American. We can go down the list, right? You can go down the list. If you don't stand by the Constitution, you are anti-American. And I don't mind calling these people out. And the dim elites are been anti-American. Hollywood elites anti-American. That's why a lot of them left out of America. These are anti-American people. George Clooney, anti-American. Tom Hanks, anti-American. Cher is anti-American. Go down the list on them, right? What's her name? Meryl Streep, anti-American, right? Go down the list on them, right? We're gonna talk about all of them. Don't matter to me. They're Samuel Jackson, anti-American. We can go down the list. All these people are anti-American. Boogie says, "LOL, right? You pardoned the world team and the family and forgot about pardoning yourself." Yep, exactly. But I'm sure it was just the dementia. Exactly. He thought he pardoned himself first. He didn't pardon himself at all, though. So that's why it's going easy to go after. This is how ain't karma a bitch. We can get biting. I mean, look at this lunacy, man. They over here. He pardoned everybody else, right? He didn't pardon Nancy Pelosi, right? You know, there's people that wanted him to step down. He didn't pardon Obama. Karma is a bitch. It really is, man. It is, man. It is. It's oh man. Oh man. Woo, this easy. This is easy, man. Woo, man. This is like catching fish in the barrel, man. It's just too easy, man. It's just too easy. Oh man, boy, you gotta love it, man. Ooh, just give me a minute to recount myself, man. I'm trying not to go overboard, man. Uh, all right, so uh so where else are we here? Um at least Americans energy. I think I talked about that. I talked about that. Oh yeah, number 20, restoring accountability to the policy influencing positions within the federal workforce. This is another one, man. Restoring accountability. Because we have the lack of accountability, right? And Boogie says, RT, uh, yeah, he gave out pardons to every staffers, right? Too. He did. He really did, man. This is the thing, though, man. He pardoned all these people, Biden pardoned and gave clemency, 1,500 clemencies and all this other stuff that's been going on. Why do this unless if they were caught guilty? We're gonna still catch them though. We're gonna catch them. The pardons are not gonna be enough because if Trump can prove that a lot of them was involved with election fraud, the COVID and all this other type of stuff, and they can prove it, that means that they're not protected under the pardon, ladies and gentlemen. This means because they have committed treason, and treason overtops pardons. Can't pardon somebody that's been doing treason. There's no pardon that's going to protect them under that. So this is where I think that, in my opinion, this is where I think that they're going to catch them. Boogie says, "I have you read the executive orders from the birthright citizenship?" Yep, I sure did. In fact, I can go over it again if you like. I sure have. I went over that earlier, but no problem. Sure, we can go over that. Where I gotta go find it here again. Birthright citizenship. I've been a stickler about that because I had to go into the history of the 14th Amendment. But sure, I would love to go over that again. Just give me a moment here. Okay, here it is. Okay, here it is. Number 15, protecting the meaning and value of America. There we go. Sorry about that. Woo, man, it's bad lag. All right, I'm back again. So, all right, let's go ahead and talk about it again, right? So restoring, okay, here it is. I'm sorry. Protecting the meaning and value of the American citizenship. All right, so protecting the value of American citizenship. This is what Boogie wanted me to read on things like that. So this is pertaining to the 14th Amendment, right? Because as I mentioned earlier, the 13th, 14th, and the 15th Amendment was designed specifically for ex-slaves that were black. Again, the fourth, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment was specifically designed for blacks. That's why in the 13th Amendment, when the abolishment of slavery, it was a protection, including blacks to be, I mean, abolishment of slavery as well as natural citizenship of the land. We had to be written in because as a slave, and after slave abolishment of slavery, they wrote these amendments in to include us in for birthright citizenship. Now that we are considered to be citizens, and this is why blacks are what they call citizens of America because of these acts that the Republic, when they wrote those amendments in, that's what it was designed for, right? Straight like that. 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. Now, what the Democrats have done, once again, they muddied the water and misinterpret this on purpose to think that everybody that was born in America automatically, I'm talking about if their mother and father are not citizens, right? This would mean, right, that their children are not a citizen. Their mother and father have to be natively born here, be of American citizenship. This is not for illegals, immigrants. Legals don't have that. They can't go under it, but they put them under the 14th Amendment. So what the liberal Democrat elites done, once again, anti-American, went against the Constitution, things like that, wrote a lot of illegals as being citizens. And this is why we have the problem right now. Remember I said I dubbed them as being anti-American. Yeah, Boogie says, you're right. Keep rolling. Thank you so much, Boogie. I appreciate it. Yeah, so this is one of the main things in regards to this, though, man, because unfortunately, Boogie, we still have a large percentage of blacks that are not aware of this fact. And it makes no sense why they can champion for illegal migration. Talk about they're going to do what's next. That's why the Constitution is set there for a reason. But a lot of them are ignorant, just like the rest of the American people. They're ignorant to these facts in the Constitution. This is why this was been implemented. So that way, again, that way the blacks, I mean, this is what it is. But tell me why, once again, that that the Dems purposely misinterpret this because they were afraid of losing they needed to increase their voter block. This is why the fraudulent policy, the fraudulent voting that they've been accused of, which we have proof, 2020, right? And I believe that they have been misaligning the other elections too. They've been rigging it. They've been rigging it. You know what I'm saying? So this is another situation, right? So we have to look at that as well. They've been anti-American from day one. Boogie says, "Yep, they knew it. It was unconstitutional." Yeah, exactly, Boogie. It's unconstitutional what the liberal left elites have been doing, and they play on people for the ignorance of the Constitution. And we know a lot of them are, especially in the black community, they are very ignorant on the Constitution. They don't know what freedom. They don't know. They think that they have no rights. It's really crazy that you're born in this land, but you sit up here and still walking around thinking like a slave. Slavery been abolished in the late 1800s, but you want to sit up in here and run down this thing. It says victimhood. And we already know that the Dems use black, especially black women, as pit bulls and attack dogs to go after their enemies. They are the first one. They're like the Marines. The first ones they put out there, whether if it's a black female, mostly black females, they use black men too. They'll throw them out there, right? And those are the attack dogs. They where they say sick them, right? These are the ones, and they're responsible for that, right? Boogie says, I understand why some people worry about the loss of citizenship. If you think back then when you had to do to be able to be a citizen to vote. Exactly. This was the whole Reconstruction period was about, Boogie. From 1863 to 1877, this is what it was all about. More blacks voted back then, right? We also was involved in a part of the White House, setting up a lot of policies as a Republican. Blacks in the 1800s, in the Reconstruction period, more of them voted Republican. They knew the history of the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party back then, the Dixiecrat Democrats, they automatically knew that that party was for slavery, Jim Crow, segregation. This party was KKK. They knew this stuff, right? The blacks back then was on it more than they are today. They dumbed down today. They don't even know their history. Boogie says back at one point you had to be a landlord or a landowner to be able to vote in the district. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this was another thing too, to be able to vote in the district. And here's another thing though too, Boogie. Remember the poll tax, right? This is part which amendment was that? I think that was the 26th Amendment, I think, if I'm correct. But the poll tax, guess who the poll tax was against? It was against blacks because when blacks was allowed to vote in the Reconstruction period, they were coming up with a thing called the poll tax. So any black that went down there to vote, they were getting hit with tax just to vote. Until that had to be put into the Constitution as well to stop the poll tax. And we know that the Democrats back then was responsible for implementing that policy called the poll tax, right? They set that up. That's why I said they don't remember. A lot of them don't know their history because they've been under, like Lyndon B. Johnson said, I quote, I can have the niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 to 300 years, quote, and they hold him up in high esteem. He was a known racist. Talking about J. Edgar Hoover. Shoot, Lyndon B. Johnson wasn't no better. He was using the word nigger all the time. This nigger boy, this old uppity nigger coming up to me, boy. He was using boy, nigger. He didn't say nigga, he said nigger with the at the end, right? Boogie says, yeah, was against the blacks and the poor. He sure was. When he implemented that Welfare Act of 1965, that decimated the community. I mean, you had Patrick Moynihan that wrote the Moynihan Report. He was trying to stop it. He wrote up a whole article. He wrote a whole article about this thing, right? It's called the Moynihan Report. You can Google it right now, PDF form, and read through it. And he was trying to stop this policy, which was called the Great Society, Lyndon B. Johnson and the Welfare Act, that gave the black woman government assistance. The stipulation state that he could not have a man in the house. Boogie says they claimed it was to keep skin in the game for what they are asking for the government to do. Yeah, it was a double-edged sword on that because they needed the voter block to secure it. They said we can get the blacks, we can convince them to vote Democrat. We can secure the Democratic Party. And then what we'll do is that we'll use the blacks as an attack dog too, just in case if the Republicans want to get slick and smart or slick and loose with words, we can go ahead. We'll set this thing up. NAACP, Urban League, which was after what's it, ADL for the NAACP. What is the other one? They revamped the civil rights thing. They put affirmative action in, right? Way before it was DEI, right? They weaponized and they used the blacks, right? For this. Blacks thought they were the greatest thing ever. Oh, wow, you got civil rights, we're free. But it was a Trojan horse. They didn't realize what they were voting for. They really didn't, because if they had to look into that civil rights bill, it was not the same one under Martin Luther King. That was a struggle that a lot of blacks went through, not other groups. People in India, other foreign people, they under the civil rights bill. They never gone through what we have gone through historically. But once again, they were duped. See what I'm saying? They didn't even understand the civil rights and were able to look through there with a fine tooth comb and see what was going on. Booker says, in reality, it was keeping the populace from voting for their voice to be heard. They then knew only actions they have to get government to get the issue was to go picket and protest. Yep. Go picket and protest. Exactly. That is exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. All they do is use them anyway. They still an attack dog. That's why 92% of black women still vote Democrat. They use like you said, they go out here, picket, march. You hear what Al Sharpton trying to do right now. Since DEI has gone, they relied on like DEI, like this was the greatest thing for blacks. It's just totally ridiculous. Boogie says, why MLK marched to Washington not to vote? No, it wasn't about voting. He marched. MLK. It was called the Freedom March, right? It wasn't this. I had a dream. No, he was going there to collect the check. That's what he was going to do. It had nothing to do with voting. Martin Luther King got radical in his later years. He was going there for that '68 march. He was going there to check to collect the check. He was holding the government accountable, and he was going there to collect the check. That's what that was about. Hmm. Yeah, that's what that was all about. Going there to collect the check. Yep. It was a poor people march. I'm sorry. That's what it called. It was called a poor people march. And they were going there to Washington to collect the check, plain and simple. This I had a dream. They edged out the poor people march and then they replaced it with I have a dream. They wanted to dilute the movement and milk it down, saying that he was for this and that, which he was. But that's the one that they use. I have a dream. It's synonymous. When you say I have a dream, you think about Martin Luther King. You don't think about any other stuff that he was talking about. You think about I have a dream. That's it. It's been reduced all the way down to less harmless, less intrusive. That way, the black native don't get restless. Talking about I'm gonna collect the check. Ben Abernathy, Jesse Jackson, they were all in on it. They were operatives and informed. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, though, man. You know what I'm saying? So they were very much responsible and things like that, in my opinion, of the assassination, allegedly, you know what I'm saying, of the assassination thing like that. So, and I'm sure there may be some strong evidence out there that says I may agree with what I was saying allegedly, you know, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so that's the thing about that. But yeah, man, birthright citizenship does not belong to these immigrants at all. And this is why we're rolling them out. I got the tip number hotline to ICE, and I will be calling again today. I'm going to call in my area. I'm calling down over there from Hamtramck. I live in Detroit. So Hamtramck is a city, island city, that Detroit surrounds Hamtramck. It used to be old Polish town as well too. Um, Right now, we have a lot of influx of people from Yemen and other parts that's over there in that area. And I'm gonna call on there, Dearborn Heights, Sterling Heights, all these areas. I'm gonna call ICE because they're gonna be coming. Boogie says they claimed it was a great day for kids and mothers, but it sent the fathers and brothers to hell and torment. Yeah, you're talking about that what is the Welfare Act is what you're talking about? Yeah, because the Welfare Act, um, it pretty much decimated the black community with the Welfare Act, because again, in order for the black woman to get welfare back in those days, especially, and I still believe it's that same way right now. Yeah, the black man cannot be in the home. You know what I'm saying? He could not be in the home, because really, back in FDR's day, welfare was given to the citizens and stuff like that, but white people were able to get it. I mean, women were able to get it. You know what I'm saying? They were able to get it, but black women didn't get welfare until 1965. They weren't allowed to get it back in the early days under FDR, but they were able to get it now, but it came with stipulations. And all that was a Democratic move. Boogie says, LOL, get that 750. Billy Sharp says, Billy Sharp in the house, y'all. Staying sharp with Billy Sharp. Hey, Billy Sharp, how you doing? Good morning to you this morning. Yo, coffee and a smoke time. I know that's right. Yeah, I've been trying to do my lives a little bit more earlier today and stuff like that. But yes, sir. Yep. Boogie says, yeah, welfare did the opposite direction for a family unit. John says, none of these Bill of Rights apply to illegal aliens. It is for the people. Yep, exactly. And that's the thing about it. Um, they should not have been under that banner saying it was for everybody, but the Democrats, these elites would do anything and everything to make sure they can secure the voting block. Because without these illegals, they know they would not have a chance getting another Democratic president in the White House. This is why I said earlier, the way that we are removing all these illegals out of here, that's why they're pushing back on it. This is the real reason. They don't care anything about, oh yeah, the dreamers, they have a right, sanctuary cities. They were trying to safeguard their future by investing in on the illegals. Plain and simple. What no matter how we dice it and slice it, this is the reality. This is the fact. This is the truth in regards to what's going on. So the Democrat elites can secure the Democratic Party for the future out. This is why this is why Trump said what he was going to do to secure the future. Right? This is exactly what it is. It don't have anything to do with people having right, this and that, what they're doing. They're trying to secure the future voting block. But now that has lost, they're lost on that. They're lost on COVID, right? There's a lot of things that they're lost, right? They're losing the black community, right? Because that 20 some odd percent of black men put a hell of a hurt. They were losing the Hispanics here in this country as well that are citizens. The Democratic elites were losing them too. So as their voting block is shrinking now, people were saying, how was it possible for this Democratic Party to be in power this long when you really think about it? 16 years? And I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Boogie says, yeah, and most people don't know the definition of people who is referring to as the people. Yeah, exactly. And exactly. Yeah. They don't know, you know? And they love to have these ambiguous types of words and stuff that they like to use. Ambiguity. They love this type of stuff, right? They love it because it could be misinterpreted any type of way. And this is another tool that the Democrats have used, the party elites. We already know to be a Democrat, you have to get along to get along, right? And if you question the Democratic elites on anything, they would just kick you out the party and call you a Trumper, a MAGA, whatever. They only want yes men. They only want people, right, to agree with their agendas and policies. This is what they want, and they use it through emotions and fear to keep the majority of the Democrat Party voters in line. You can't be a Democrat and be along the Democrat Party questioning everything. That's what happened with Tulsi Gabbard. This is why they kind of kicked her out of the party, really. They distanced themselves from her. But you know why? She said it. Tulsi Gabbard said the reason that they distanced themselves from her is that because she didn't like the policies of what they were doing on the children, grooming the children, being transgender and all this. Remember that? So the party said, well, if you going against this, you ain't a Democrat. They kind of pushed her aside. And they put all this Russia stuff on her because they know that she could be of a threat to the Democratic Party when she started speaking out. Hillary didn't like her, right? This was a war, practically a war, yeah, a war hero, ex-military, right? You know, congressperson in Hawaii. You know, I like Tulsi Gabbard, man. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So when she left the Democratic Party, she became a moderate, and then she went from a moderate to becoming MAGA Republican. And this was all because of the Democratic elites. They shunned her. They would shun anybody. If you were a Democrat, you know I'm telling the truth. You can't speak against the Democratic Party because they will kick you out the party. And they will call you all, they'll gaslight you and call you all type of names. They may even call you MAGA. You know what I'm saying? So it's the truth. We're going to read down here further. Okay, so uh 21. Withdrawing the US, excuse me, withdrawing the US from the World Health Organization. This is a big one because now, ladies and gentlemen, they've been trying to beg us, as you already may know. We're paying a lot of money to belong to the World Health Organization. A lot of money. Guess where all that money going to go back? To the people back here. 22. Applications protecting Americans from Foreign Advisory Control Application Act to TikTok, right? We already know the history on here, right? Trump is worthy the president that saved TikTok. Now, I wasn't a big fan of TikTok. I'm going to be honest with you because we already knew it was a backdoor to the CCP. Anybody that don't know that may want to look into that. So I said I wasn't going to use TikTok until it was secure, until we had some skin in the game to block and stop the back door to China. That's why. John says, people not citizens, republic not democracy, right? So let me see here. People not citizens, right? Republic not democracy. It's true. What he just said. The people not citizens, republic not democracy, right? Because we are going back to the republic, right? This is exactly what it is, though. We're going to be and under the Constitution. That's why I said before, these other people are anti what? American. They have weaponized, attacked their political opponents. They don't stand with the Constitution. They hate the First Amendment, Second Amendment, especially, right? Boogie says at John, the people are natural citizens, natural persons, right? Exactly. John says England, Canada, Australia have citizens under the monarchy and a parliament, right? So, yeah, so let's talk about it. We have to be considered the natural person ourselves, right? This is the thing I always hear a lot. What is it? What is this in Black's Laws, I believe? If I'm correct. John says, Boogie, citizens give privileges. People run the government. Yeah, Boogie, citizens, right? So, in other words, I think what Boogie is trying to say, unless we claim our sovereignty, because that's the word that we're going to probably start hearing again, is sovereignty, right? That I, in my natural person, have the right to be able to, under the Constitution, to have, be, do, and have, right? That's what this is really all about. But I agree with you, England and all those other places, because I know we kind of talked about this before, John, when it come down to rights versus privileges. Because we know that England, Canada, Australia, and in these places under Parliament, they do not have, right, what we have, which is the Constitution. They government bark out what they're allowed to have as far as privileges and stuff like that. But here in America, we have something great, which is the Constitution. Unless we claim our sovereignty, and Trump have already in the process of doing that, where we have to claim our sovereignty, right? Boogie says, LOL. Yeah, we can either stand up for our rights and ask for privileges to get our rights. Yeah, but we ain't gonna be asking though. We're gonna be demanding and taking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, because that is about being American and things. Because we already know the old system under Joe Biden, especially. Obama hated the Constitution too. He ain't the only one. I mean, these people hated the Constitution. They hated the First Amendment. They definitely hated the Second Amendment, where we have the right to bear arms, right? We have a right to militias, as well as to be able to peacefully protest and petitions and stuff like that. They hated it. They hate the Constitution, man. Hillary Clinton hated the Constitution. John says, Declaration of Independence, we the people, exactly. Not we, the citizens. Yeah, it says we the people. Yeah, yeah, because citizenry is on the left side. I remember going over all that stuff, some of it. I think I went over that. You can go, I'm going to tell you this, Boogie. You can go to one of my sources is USA versus US versus, I mean, USA versus, which is VS. So USA VS US .info. Go there and it would give you a whole layout, right, of what a republic is versus a democracy, which is my rules. But you can go into that website and it has a list distinction between the two. You'll be able to see right there, plain sight, right? So we have to understand what the words mean itself, because this is a way how we can entrap ourselves, right? Regards to that. But it says we the people, right? Yeah, so you're right about that, John, under the Declaration of Independence. So, but yeah, but other than that, I'm gonna go back down my list here. 23, putting America first in international environmental agreements, right? This is another thing, right? International environmental agreements, putting America first. So, what are we talking about there, right? Uh, Boogie says, LOL, we need a real education that teaches our rights and privileges and what to look out for when under attack. Well, we U.S. versus John Doe. Yeah, but we got one of the greatest presidents, which is Donald J. Trump, and things. He's leading the charge along with the people, the patriots. So he's leading the charge. Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump, you know? So yeah, this he's leading the charge, and so far he's doing a great job with a lot of these policies. Once I'm done here, I'm almost there to the 29, and then we can go over it, right? He's also going to 24 restoring freedom of speech and ending federal censorship. Yeah, how about that? This is why I remember I said earlier. This is why I can say vaccine on YouTube. I ain't got to say the jab. I can say vaccine, right? It's a beautiful thing, right? And ending censorship, freedom of speech and censorship has been stopped. We are no longer under a surveillance. with the government weaponizing, spying on its citizens, like they went after people that spoke out against what their agenda was trying to do, calling people an enemy combatant, anti-American. They've been running this type of stuff, right? You had, besides J6ers, woman praying in front of the abortion clinic that locked that 89-year-old woman up. She got a pardon now, but this is this type of stuff that they were doing. They don't like militias. They don't like people that talk about the Constitution. You know, I was on that watch list. You know what I'm saying? But it's the truth, right? You know, it sure is, though, you know. Yeah, John don't want to have nothing to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Yep. He's just got his farm now, man, you know. So I ex-military guys like him and things. So yeah, man. I mean, yeah, we didn't ask. Yeah. I know, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying though, man. It's like, yeah. So it's a beautiful thing today. We are in a better space and place today. So I'm going to go ahead and roll down the list. Ending the weaponization of the federal government. This is a huge one. These executive orders Trump has been putting in place, right? Ending the weaponization of the federal government. This is huge. So that means that the government is not spying. Hopefully, what's his name? Snowden. Uh, what's his name? Assange. What's my other guy name? Assange. That guy, hoping that the guy can come home, right? You know, because now Trump ended the weaponization of the government. This is huge. He did it. One of the greatest, actually, the greatest president we had to save America, man, Donald J. Trump, ladies and gentlemen. Donald J. Trump. So, uh, initial recessions of harmful executive orders and actions and things. 27, ending illegal discrimination and restoring merit-based opportunities, right? Merit-based opportunities. Let me say merit-based opportunities. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Trump, again, ladies and gentlemen. 28, um, designation of El Allah as a foreign terrorist organization. Isn't, yeah, over there? I believe that's over there in Iran, right? Yeah. 29, strengthening American leadership in digital financial technology. And this is another thing how he's going to do it. I've read 29 of President Trump's executive orders that's already in effect. We are Snowden, right? Julian Assange is what I was thinking about. Yeah, Snowden. He was one of the first whistleblowers. I remember that though, right? He did say how the government has been weaponized to spy on its citizens, right? From our cell phones, our computers. Yep, Julian Assange is free home in Australia. Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, John. I appreciate that. I knew you would have. I didn't know what the update was on that. Julian Assange, ladies and gentlemen. Julian Assange. Yep, exactly. So these are the things, ladies and gentlemen, in regard, these were the first whistleblowers. You know, they were the ones that stepped up and stepped out and said how our government has been spying. They've been doing an illegal spy organization. They've been involved with connections to the cartel, human trafficking, child trafficking, the P word, you know, all the rest of this stuff, you know. So they had their hands in Hollywood. Hollyweird is what I call it. All this stuff has been under their control. And it goes before Biden. Biden is was a continuation of this nonsense, right? We are in a new day today, right now. We are not under that old regime anymore, right? So it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. This is why the Economical World Summit, or the World Summit, what I call it, you know, or the Economical World Forum, right? because Trump did what is it, like a Zoom thing or whatever? Because he was advised for him not to travel over there to Europe. Right now, it's not a safe for Trump to travel overseas right now, because you know they're trying to get him. They want to try to get Trump, you know, but like it is, Trump is still way ahead. His advisories, his security detail. It wouldn't be a good idea to go, sir. President, sir, it wouldn't be a good idea. I'm saying the same thing. It would not be a good idea, sir, to travel overseas, you know. So there that is, you know. So therefore, they are they're weakening the deep state. The deep state is weakened. The 51 clowns that had their security taken from them, now they are blind, right? Now they can't report back and say this and say that or whatever. Uh, like I said before, the CDC, the national, what's it, the health thing, what's the other one? The Food and Drug Administration. There's a blackout on communications with them as well. We won't be hearing anything about no pandemic stuff, no type of things, because no communications are being transmitted to the people saying that we got another because that's what they're planning to do. They really were. But we are in great position right now. That's why I say the Dems don't have nothing to stand on, ladies and gentlemen. I don't mind them talking bad about Trump. They could say Trump this and that. He's a tyrant. He's a racist. He's a hater. This old felon. He's a felon, 34 count felon. This jail, he ain't never been in jail, but they're saying, yeah, this and that. I ain't offended by that stuff. Yeah, John says Julian Assange should wake all the Democrats up. They loved him up until he spilled the beans on Obama's crime. I call it crime syndicate, right? Then they wanted him locked up. They sure did, because he was the one that spilled the beans. Snowden was the one. Thank you for that, John. Yeah, Snowden was the one. He was the first whistleblower saying that how our government has been spying on the American people. They have been weaponized back then. This was like in the 90s, I do believe. But Julian Assange, right? The once beloved by the Democratic Party, right? How he spilled the beans on Obama's crimes. Then they wanted to lock him up. They sure did. Yeah, they sure did. I appreciate you guys. You can support me on the likes though too. That way my videos are hit on these other which they are showing up now, man. Somebody else told me that found me. They said that it came up on his feed. So it looked like I'm making a little noise now, man. It looked like I did it just in time, because had I would have been doing this like 2 years ago, man, they would have been on my ass, man. Y'all probably say, and I'm not even monetized. Yeah, they still would have shut me down, man. They would have shut my behind down, man. Enemy combatant speaking out against the government. Who is this so and so think he is, right? You know, we want everybody compliant. Do you know how much money there is to make by spreading misinformation belonging to the Democratic elite party? Like some of these clowns that's on YouTube and some of these social medias and TikTok talking about all the wonderful things about the Democratic Party and how Trump is a tyrant. And, you know, they're making money on this stuff still. You know, some of them, not as much, but they're still making a little money, though. You can make money by being a sellout to your own country. And this is what a lot of them are doing. I'm not going to mention no names on those channels that holds up liberal stuff or whatever, because you get the views. They got way more views than I do. Even when I say the word Trump, my numbers drop down. This is how bad it is. People do not like the word Trump. They automatically say, I'm going to switch to another channel. But if I were to talk about all the wonderful things of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, my room would fill up. You see what I'm saying? Because we know that a lot of liberals fuck with social media more so than conservatives. It's a known, right? They mess with the social media way more, and all they like and all they want to hear is all the wonderful lies that they have been conditioned, right? This leads up to these Julian Assange and Snowden. Their condition, they're okay with it. They're okay with it. Yeah, John says Snowden was contractor for NSA and found that the backdoor tech put in our devices to the illegally surveilling us. Yeah, surveillance of us. Yeah, because what's that building, John, in New York? There is a building that is tall. It's one of the tall buildings in New York that is doesn't have no windows, and but that is the one of the main operations of the surveillance in that where they have all those computers and stuff in there that does a lot of spying and surveillance and all that stuff. It's in that building in New York, and things. I used to have the address, but it's there. It has no windows in it at all, but it's labeled as it's really trying to. It appears like it's under the radar. I forgot the name of it right now, but it's there. This is back to your point and thing. So they have been given a back door, because we already know that NSA has been hijacked, right? We haven't even have to look in NSA. You know what, John? I'm in question of a lot of these alphabet boy organizations, and I don't think the NSA, which is nothing more than an extension of the CIA, it's going to keep it real, man. FBI. There's no difference with these agencies, man, because we know that a lot of them that were created illegally because they never passed through Congress. This is the problem. Really, technically, the only or I should say organization, the only group, yeah, the AT&T building. That's it, right there, John. Yes, sir. The AT&T building, white building, I believe, or is it the dark black building? But anyway, it's the AT&T building where they collect all the data from the cell phones, communications. I'm sure that's shut down now for sure. Oh man, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Yeah, the AT&T building. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, the AT&T building. So yeah, man. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I love spreading awareness because we need to do this more often. For those that can't do it or don't have time to do it, I don't mind doing it. I make time between me taking rides and stuff like this. But we are going into the golden age. We are not being spied on anymore. We're not dealing with all this illegal operation. And what my point I was going to say earlier is that the only people that have been passed through Congress, right, through the government, which we the people, are the U.S. Marshals. And there's a group that you really don't hear a whole lot, but the U.S. Marshals, they really have jurisdiction over the as far as the United States when it come down to apprehending criminals and all that other stuff, man. The U.S. Marshals, ladies and gentlemen, this is a constitutional group, not the police. We saw look into that because the way that they have been weaponized to protect the infrastructures as well as the deep state establishment. This, if we were to be technical about it, John says all we need is the DOD and the CIA should only be handled by them. Yeah, in fact, I think we're going to see an overhaul on the CIA because I gave a little history on that on my short. For those that don't know, the CIA also was not it's unconstitutional with this alphabet group because it never passed through Congress. This was created by Skull and Bones back and it was passed in 1913 as well. The Skull and Bones is nothing more than a secret society under Yale University. You got bonesmen such as Bush Sr., Jr., John Kerry, first cousins, and so forth. There's a lot of people that are skull and bones. So skull and bones people, they were the ones that created what we call the CIA. This is a known fact. John says, no, the AT&T building won't be shut down. I'm not saying shut down, but I'm talking about because that group also don't they do a lot of surveillance in that AT&T building? That's what I mean, far as on the American people, because they have been weaponized now, John. I'm just saying, I ain't saying they're gonna be shut down, but I mean shut down meaning not spying on its citizens. But yeah, but you're right about everything else. The East Coast, Europe communications, yeah, they go, yeah, exactly. That's true. You're right about that. You're right about that, John. But now that Trump wrote those executive order, of not allowing the government to be weaponized and to go after its citizens and censorship and all this other stuff anymore. Yeah, man, that's a beautiful thing. But yeah, it was the AT&T building I was thinking about, man. Man, if you guys were to, you can Google Earth it. You can do the Google Earth and take that satellite over there. You can see the building. You know, it's very rarely talked about either. But I try to stay informed on certain type of stuff. I don't know it all now. I don't know it all, but I think I'm doing a pretty good job, for not to know it all. But I'm just highlighting the stuff mainly of these executive orders that's put in there, and we know there's over 200 of them. And I'm only doing 29 for time purposes and things like that. But yeah, man, I mean, yeah, we are looking good, good, good. And he's, like I said before, he's hitting the Democratic elites left, right, and front and center. He's hitting blows to them, and they cannot recover them because he's been moving light speed. Talking about Trump. John says Radcliffe is already putting the brakes on the CIA. Yep, we already know. You're absolutely correct. He said the first priority is to find the origins of COVID, which is, hey, now we're waiting on Cash Patel to get in there. Pete Hegseth have already been certified. Trump's plan is coming along fine. The 77 million patriots have voted for Trump. We are winning this war against the deep state. He is draining the swamp. It's a beautiful thing, man. It is a beautiful thing. But you're absolutely right about that, John. Yeah, Radcliffe. Yep. So he's already putting the brakes on the CIA. So it's a beautiful thing, man. Any CIA agents in here? Oh man, boy, that's what I say, man. Yeah, John, because it was almost gonna be lights out. Look at that sun, man. Got the clouds, son. Look at that sun. Yep. BT, what's a BRT 49 says Cash from Patel should be deported. Who is that? I said Cash. You talking about Cash Patel should be? You talking about his real Indian name? You talking about Cash Patel should be deported? Why should Cash Patel be deported? BRT 49. Well, you sound like a government name, right? That is his name. I get that, but I'm saying, why do you think Cash Patel? Let's call him Cash Patel. Why do you think that Cash Patel needs to be deported? This is interesting. Let me turn the car around because I got the sun. I don't want to blind you guys. Birthright citizenship. Go on. So, so about Cash Patel, let me ask you this. Was his mother or father born in the United States? BRT 49. Let's start there. And hey, John, could you fact check that? Do you know about that, John? About Cash Patel parents? Okay. BRT, fair enough. All right, let's go and take a look at it here. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for a minute now. Hold on for a minute. Hold on for one moment. I'm going to check this out here. Hold on for a minute. Cash Patel. Let's take a look at it. All right, for Cash Patel. All right, let's find out. Let me see here. All right. So Cash Patel was born as an American February the 25th, 1980, in Garden City, New York. All right, let's go a little bit further here. Cash. All right, wait a moment. Cash Patel. Let's go call him that because, no offense, but yeah, because y'all have a lot. There's a lot of Indian names, right? A lot of Indian names be long, boy. Cash Patel parents. Let's go there. Hold on for a minute. I gotta see for myself. Let me see here. Let's take a look at it here. All right, let's take a look at it here. Okay, parents migrated to the United States, right? His parents became U.S. Became okay. Parents came to the U.S. right in pursuit of a better opportunity. Who doesn't, right? So they came here. So the question would be simply this: when you come to the United States and you are sworn in as a citizen, right? And this is all we're saying. We're talking about being sworn in as a citizen of the United States. Now the classification changes because now that they are American, right? That would mean the offspring that was born here is American. Now that is the question there, right? Because other than that, if their parents, and I doubt that Cash Patel parents would come to America and not be U.S. citizens. And I know many Indian, East Indian, and things like that, that became U.S. citizens, right? So if you become a U.S. citizen and you have a child and things, your child is automatically American. But if they weren't born in America, if they weren't born in America and never got legal and they have children, then they don't qualify for what we call birthright citizenship, right? So Boogie says, LOL, if you think Bell Atlantic and Bell Labs, oh yeah, okay, will be shut down, it's not seeing the world in the digital economy. Okay. Who's that ride too? That'll put me up on, man. All right. So yeah. So other than that, um, going back to that birthright thing, the birthright citizenship. So Cash Patel's mother and father became U.S. citizens. So he was born in 1980. He automatically has U.S. citizenship. Don't mess with me. Thought you were going to get me, did you? That only applies if the parents are illegal. Sure, there's a lot of Indians and everybody else that come over here that are what we call U.S. citizens. They can go through the legal way. That's all we're saying is just go by being legal. If you take the steps to be legal, but a lot of these illegal criminal immigrants, they have not taken the steps for citizenship. That app that they download, that the Democratic elites give them, the CCP1, that app, I downloaded that app myself. You can sign up as an illegal and type in the information of who you are or whatever, and that app is supposed to push them through. And this is unconstitutional. Who ever heard of a thing? It's called the CCP1 app, right? Uh, yeah, man, this is crazy. John says if they are legally naturalized, then he is very right to be nominated. He will be an American. Exactly. Exactly. I'm not just trying to use the big words. I just get, me, man, straight to it. Parents just get themselves legal. Once they become legal, they have child, whatever, you become American citizen. Long story, make it easy. I gotta, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Boogie says, you remember Yahoo Chat? John, I do. I was on Yahoo Chat, man. I spent a lot of time on Yahoo Chat. But yeah, but other than that though, man, so that's exactly what it is. Cash Patel is American just like the rest of us, right? John says, Boogie, I'm not scared. I have a 1,100 driveways and a huge supporter of the Second Amendment. So they are free to come and visit. Yeah, because John is ex-military. He got that 50 caliber. Oops, I shouldn't be talking about that. He called it desert. What you call that one? Man, hey John, gonna be like saying you gonna go out. John, you gonna go out like Bill Cooper did. Bill Cooper said, man, yeah, he was gonna. Hey, Bill Cooper, he wasn't gonna go down either, man. They were coming for Bill Cooper back then, 2001. They were coming after Bill Cooper then. I never was I never been big in Yahoo. Yeah, I mean, Boogie said, laughing my ass off. You do understand what I hint at LOL. Wish I had half mile away. Yeah, man. John is very well secluded. He's very well secluded. So, a lot of the guys that live off the grid, and things like that. They know a lot about the military and when they come or whatever. But we don't have to worry about that in a long time, man. As long as us American citizens stay vigilant and keep the Constitution and not allow these demons to slip back into our government, we should be just fine. It's all about us keeping the republic, keeping the Constitution. That's what we have to stay vigilant on, man. We cannot afford to allow to go to sleep and allow another tyrant government. And this is why I'm very adamant about this stuff. And I'm gonna continue on well after this thing. Once we start being in this golden age when the economy is really right, prosperity returns. I'm still gonna be beating the war hammer because I want American people to remember about, just like you said, remember the Alamo. You got to remember our history here in America. That's what it's all about. John says, you better not get my ass raided. Boogie says, LOL. I can't promise anything. Boogie, we don't even know who you are either, man. I mean, what are you, FBI? What are you, some type of higher ups? I get the ops in my room sometimes, though. The ops. We got to find out who this guy is. Who is this guy working for? You know, is it the Saudis? You know, is it Iranian? Is it Libyan? Who is this guy working for? Yeah, John, ex-military. Yeah, just like remember when they came for remember First Blood with you already know with Sylvester Stallone. John, I know you're a big fan of First Blood, aren't you? Rambo. I know you're a big fan of that, right? John Rambo. Yeah. You gonna put the army fatigues on, John? When they start to come, you gonna be emerging out the water with that 50 cal. Yeah, I said this chat is for entertainment purposes only. There I put this disclaimer up. I know, right? I gotta have some fun too, man. Other than the serious stuff, man. I'm just, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I have great respect for the military people, man. I do, John. I rock with you. The farming thing, you already know, man. I ain't clowning on you. Sure, I wish I had it set up like John, man. That's what I'm talking about. John Rambo. I'm trying to get it set up like John Rambo, man. Skip that, you know? Yep. We're gonna go out. It's gonna be two guns blazing, man. You know what I'm saying? Boogie says, after all this is the net, and they are scared of the ones that have good understanding of how it works. I know, right? And the technology and the systems that are in place and being used, even on the crazy things. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, man. That's exactly what it is. So yeah, man, but we just having some fun too, man. I mean, thank God that we're still not in that type of space and things like that. Because, like I said, that's why I went over some of these executive orders, though, and things. Though, but yeah, man, it's all funny, man. I mean, and things. I put a little humor with the seriousness and stuff like that, and things. So yeah, man. But yeah, we looking good overall. Thank you for the second like. I appreciate it, though. If you guys want to give me more likes, I appreciate that too. You know what I'm saying? Because when my stuff hit on people's streams and they come over here, and even though I do a lot in my car because I'm an Uber driver, but I do stuff at home in the studio too. If you look at some of the other previous stuff. So, like I said, I'm not being paid by either party, even though I voted MAGA, a MAGA Republican, man. I am certified Republican, right? And that's who I voted for, right? So this is exactly what it is. Just like a person have the choice to vote Democrat. I don't know why in the hell they want to do something like that, but they have that right. And we don't beat you up in this room for being a liberal. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to be able to give you the history of your party and what they've been up to. That's all I do is offer the truth, nothing more. And things. So Boogie says, thanks, John. I don't want to make waves, just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. I have had enough interactions with alphabet people I care about, right? Yeah, the alphabet boys, the alphabet people. Yeah. Have you had any type of G men hanging out at your property? You can always tell when they are in cars or vans, that type of stuff. Brick City AZ says independent, but voted for the Trumpster. Exactly. I got some independent people. You may be talking to a person right now that's a moderate independent. Independent people love me in this room, right? You know what I'm saying? We got from old school libertarians. They rock with me in this room. Yeah, I have no problem with it. Even liberals, they got some of them in this room. I have no problem with it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, welcome into the room, Brick City. Does that stand for Arizona? Brick City. I used to live in Arizona. I used to live in Phoenix, Arizona. I used to drive by on the number 10 going by St. Luke's Air Force Base, going to work, boy. St. Luke's, a salute to St. Luke's Air Force Base. St. Luke's, you know. Me too, Brick City. Yeah. Yeah, John will tell you, he's independent. Uh, you know, John is an old school libertarian. Old school, you know. Brick City says, nah, it's AZ for my initials. Okay, I got you. Okay, it's all good. It's all good, Brick City. Yeah, I remember going by the St. Luke's Air Force Base. Arizona got a lot of military bases out there too. Yuma, where the Marines are. Well, Yuma, Yep, Yuma. Yeah, man, they got a lot of them out there though, boy. Military, boy. Almost joined the Marines myself. The Devil Dogs, the first called in to battle, right? The few, the proud. We are the Marines. I just love that slogan. They got some of the baddest dress blues, man. The military Marines, man. I got friends that are Marines, man. Oh yeah, man. That his dress blues was tight, man. Sharp to attack, man. Ain't nobody bad like the Marines, man. Jumping out of perfectly good helicopters and stuff like that. Oh man, they always believe in bringing back their man. You got one of your men comrades that have fallen in battle. They got to return the body, or they not allowed to come home. Man, the creed of the Marines, boy. The Devil Dogs, right? The Jarheads, right? Yep, the Leathernecks, the Marines. Give a shout out to the Marines though, too, man. Military included, man. I love you all, man. I love you all. I got a big soft spot for people in the military, man. You know what I'm saying? We got a hungry kind of feeling. Dun, 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 dun. Every day it grows. That's the Army one right there. Boy, they just get to the point. The Navy, the Air Force, you know? Yep. Be all you can be in the Army. Yep. Yeah, man. I got friends in the Army in the Army Reserves though too, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Brick City says Newark, New Jersey, aka Brick City. USA, my guy. Okay. That's what's up, my guy. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Brick City, you know. I'm over here in Detroit City. Detroit City, you know, home of hard knocks, you know. Uh yeah, if you ain't right, you can get your rocked around here if you ain't right. I'm sure that may be the same thing for Newark. Even though I was born in Brooklyn, New York originally, which makes us neighbors. John says, in Desert Shield, right? I beat the Marines by a month. By a month. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, Desert Shield. You had Desert Storm was the first one. Desert Shield, Desert Storm. I'm going to turn around here again. Hold on for that for a minute, guys. Yep, trying to back up a little bit. For some reason, it was saying that I wasn't getting a signal. But right now, yep, and then I gotta get a car wash too. All this salt, man. Snow and salt. Salt and snow. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, that's better. All right, yeah, that's way better. City, right? Being an independent, basically giving us no shot to ever have a candidate because people always fall in on line with parties. Bet on the that. Yeah, right now though, I hear exactly what you're saying, Brick City, but I'm falling in under the MAGA party, man. That's what I am a MAGA Republican, man, under Trump. Trump was the first person I ever voted for too. Truth. This is a true story. I was so, uh, let's say, disappointed in the Uniparty when it came down to Republicans and Democrats. I knew the history of of the Democrats, but I said to myself, if but you know, it was like the Republicans before Trump, they didn't do jack, you know what either. They just allowed the Democrats because they were one of the same, the Uniparty. Now, when Trump came along, man, I'm gonna tell you, and I started seeing him making big boss moves. He was, man, it was a beautiful thing, man. So this is one of the reasons why. I mean, I voted for him then. I'm voting for him again. You know. Yep. Brick City says, well, did I read this one already? Oh yeah, I read that one already. Boogie says, "LOL, I can't talk about work and I can't get into my private or IT property from Yahoo MMS, aka Yahoo Chat. But I could speculate all the internet traffic with the technology going over one system. Yeah, I was on Yahoo Chat a lot though, Boogie. I was on there a lot though. I was in the chat rooms too. I was back in those early days, man. I was even meeting up with the girls too, man. I was doing that too. It was I treated it like a dating thing, dating site thing, which I have, and things like that. It's all dead now, but those were the early days. That was way before social media, man. That's when stuff started really getting weird and crazy. Social media, in my opinion, really have created a lot of what they call it, introverted type people now, where they don't really come out no more. They don't socialize no more. They don't interact no more. They just stay on social media, right? And then what I don't like about social media, when you try to talk to somebody, DM you, they put your ass on blast, man. I mean, they really clown you, copy and paste, put you up. So and so trying to talk to me. It's a horrible thing, man. You put on blast, man. So I don't like social media for those. I would never hook up on social media because that could be used to get you, you know? Yep. Boogie says, LOL, I lost my right to vote and took a governor in Virginia to get it back. Oh man, really? Really, really, Boogie? Okay. I'm independent all day. I love my freedom. Exactly. Of the property they okay, the property they keep us in. LOL. Okay, nothing wrong with being independent. I got a lot of moderates or independents people in this room, and it's all good. If let's just say if I wasn't still happy on the Republican side, then I would have been an independent. But Trump showed me something that no other politician ever showed me, even though he's not a politician. And that's one of the things he showed me. I mean, hearing him firing people like it's, you're fired, you know? Man, that's what I said, man. It's a beautiful thing, man. Gotta put a humor in there. Trump. So, yeah, that's the thing about it. Yeah, a true American and a true patriot, you know? That's the thing about it, though, man. You know, boy, yeah, that's the thing about it. So, going over those policies, talking about stuff. Hey, John, have you heard from Sherry in a while? I have not heard from Sherry in over 2 weeks. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to send her a message though. She usually come in on my lives and stuff. Man, I haven't heard no sight, no sound of Sherry. Yeah, where is Sherry? Sherry, quite contrary. Yeah, where are you, Sherry? Man, I miss Sherry though. I hope everything is all right though. Yeah, because yeah, we're in a better place with this flu type stuff going around. Hopefully she'll be all right if she got sick or something. Yeah, Omega came back, as you know. Yeah, I mean he was going through a rough spot too, man. It's been tight dealing with Bidenomics, man. Bidenomics is not a easy thing to deal with though, man. But hopefully things will get better. Yeah, Boogie says so true. Independent and dependent on two-party systems. Yeah. Yeah, it's best not to be dependent on any party, and I'm in agreement with you on it. You know, John says I haven't seen her either. Yeah, I know, man. That's what I'm wondering about Sherry. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try to reach out to her. One thing I can reach out to her on is through. I'm gonna have to see if I can try to DM her and try to pull her page up and try to contact her or whatever. Just because I know that she haven't been on. She used to always watch my lives and stuff. Yeah, she's like my my own cheerleader. Guys gotta have a cheerleader. You gotta have a cheerleader these days. John says she knows what to do to take for the flu. That's true. Ivermectin, she's on it. Wonder, maybe she might be out of town, vacation. That could be what it is. I'm not gonna think of the worst though, because we're not even in that time right now. Can you imagine though if we were, for you independents in this room though, having holding no allegiance to any political party, as far as the party itself, and that's not the way it should be anyway. I do agree with you guys, where a lot of times people tend to get lost into the party versus, you know what I'm saying, and that tends to happen though. It tends to happen. And things like that. So, yeah, John says this cold winter gave us a lot of extra chores to do. You are right. I was thinking about that too, because you guys out there in that cold weather, and you still got to get the hay. You still got to, round up your calves and all the rest of this stuff. Her with the sheep, horses, yeah, it sounded like Sherry was practically doing all that on her own. John says water needs to flow and the animals need to keep warm. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, because of barns and stuff like that. um, Let me ask you this though, John, for the horses and stuff, man. When they're in that barn, it's cold still in there. It should be just as cold indoors as it is outside. Is there any type of heating elements or what? How do they stay warm inside the barn? If you don't mind me asking. Boogie says, I don't want to be in a bread line, so I don't want everyone to take a break from work on the same day. I know, right? But they have the information for the last emergency action to be able to know what they need. Yeah, that's true. Boogie says, I keep the government and commerce running. Okay, that's what's up. Well, I get a lot of you guys as either ex-military or in some form of government, man. Well, I be calling out all type of light-minded people, don't I? Boogie says, I keep the government and commerce running. Okay. Boogie says, I don't want to be in a okay, I already said read that all right. Red line. All right, read that already. Okay. So used to reading, you know. But yeah, man. So yeah, so that's the thing about it though, you know. Yeah, neither of us want to be in the bread line though. We was on our way of becoming to be in the bread line. Had the World Economic Forum with the Great Reset and the New Green Deal that they were implementing and stuff like that. Man, you should have seen Klaus Schwab's face, man. Klaus Schwab was mad as hell, man. You could just see the disappointment, you know, with Trump and what he's been doing, man. Klaus Schwab, Klaus, you can't trust a man named Klaus, you know. Who is modern day called himself Klaus, you know? I mean, right there, suspect. You know, it's like when she says, "Who you going out with?" Going out with Klaus. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what I'm saying? I know it's a German name, man. They're very German, but Klaus. You know, you can't even use Klaus and just abbreviate it. Like, you know how you have Clyde for Clyde. You know, what's abbreviation of these certain names? Clyde is another one that you can't really abbreviate as being cool and things like that. Larry for Lawrence, right? But how can you do Klaus? You know, Clout, Klaus, Clout. Oh man, that's something else, man. You can't trust nobody with a name called Klaus. Klaus Schwab. How about Jamie Dimon? You know, yeah, he is a diamond though. You know, you got Neil Diamond, you got Jamie Dimon. You also have what was the other Diamond? We used to have Justin Diamond. He died though. Justin Diamond. Anytime you have a name Diamond at the end, man, you know, then you also have Lou Diamond Phillips, right? That's another one, right? Yep. Is Lou Diamond Phillips part Jewish? I was just curious though. Lou Diamond Phillips, right? Yep. Diamond. The five diamonds, you know. As John says, for outside no on these pods. I mean, it's ear pods. Man, that died real quick. What the? What the? Okay, I got it. All right, all right. Okay, so John said for outside animals, a heater. Okay, a heat water to the body temp so they can warm up. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting, man. I always wonder how, because I know all the animals, just cows, and y'all do the same thing besides horses. Y'all do the cows the same way. Or I'm thinking all your livestock, you do that the same way. Never knew that. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, John Paddock is actually a farmer. You know what I'm saying? So as well, you know, I'm not gonna go into the other stuff, but he's actually a farmer and things. So yeah, that's pretty cool. You know. Yeah, that is really, really cool, man. I always wondered about that. Yeah, we got farmers in here, ex-military, people of other importance, government type stuff, tech stuff, people of all walks of life, you know? Yeah. But more, you guys are more interested in these type of topics than average people. I don't get the gamer crowd. I don't get the younger generation. Boring. They're not. You don't become to get into politics until you're probably in your late 30s, early 40s. So I believe that's how it goes. You know, because other than that, I remember myself, I wasn't into politics when I was in my 20s and stuff like that. Didn't like it at all too much. Because when you're young like that, you don't think that that stuff really pertains to you. You know where you can really relate. And I think that's another problem. But I think that has been changed and turning around now because more and more younger people with TikTok, we can spread the message. When I do my shorts, because I really do it for the kids, even though I don't put it as kid friendly, but when I do my shorts, I just get straight to the point. I only have 60 seconds to get my point across. So I make sure there's no cussing or any type of foul language on there, and then therefore I can go ahead and you know just target the younger people, right? Thanks, Brick City, AZ. Yeah, so that way I could target the younger people because the younger people are my concern mostly, mainly because a lot of them don't know the three branches of government. They don't know the Constitution. They don't know any other stuff. So because I think they're going to start learning it because I believe that Trump is going to make it more of a mandate in the schools as well to teach this type of stuff, which I believe he's already on it. John says you don't get into politics until they come after you. That's another thing, though, too. When they come after you, because the man cometh. The man comes. I like that song. The man comes. Yeah, the man comes. When the man comes. Yeah, it's gonna be the G boys, man. They'll be out there on your property, got the place surrounded. Come out now. Like they did Ruby Ridge. They did what's his name? John Koresh over in Waco, Texas. Yeah, they did these places with the compound, man. Shit, Ruby Ridge, man, they killed my man's wife, man. Yeah, FBI agent. That all went bad. And they got sued for that though, too, man. And this was the thing. There was an attack on militias even then, man. It's like, you couldn't have a compound, you couldn't have a militia. It was all unconstitutional, man. Sure was. Boogie says, gotta go. The store and get some food now. I know that's right. All you have a great rest of the day. You save to you there, Boogie. It's cold. Yeah. AF, and I don't want to go, but I can't afford to be Uber Eats for all of the meals. LOL. Yeah, I know, right? I'm an Uber driver. I did Uber Eats. Yep, I understand that, man. John says, have a good day, Boogie. Come back. Yeah, Boogie, come back, man. Subscribe if you haven't already. And give me a like if you haven't liked already. I think you already did, and that goes for anybody else, though, too. Yeah, so I'm just making a little headway, a little bit. Yep, a little bit. But yeah. So other than that, though, yeah, man, it's been real cool. Check on yeah, Sherry and stuff like that. Check on her. But yeah, man, I am getting a lot of new people in the room, though, John. I've been at it, man. Steady plugging away, though. I remember Omega said he had a channel a long time ago before it got demonetized and stuff. Because he came, I think he told me he was back in the early. Because when I first did YouTube, I was 2009 for me. And this is before the stuff got weird with YouTube. But yeah, I was back in 2009. Boogie says, LOL, people don't think it's their problem to get into, get into till they start getting AL. I know, right? Right? OL, I'm sorry, AL. OL. Enough to be able to get the SSI and the SSDI, so they start getting into it. Yeah. Boogie says, you and John, thanks for your service and sacrifice. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, service and sacrifice, man. Yeah, it's country and duty and country calls, man. Duty and country, man. I'm just a civilian, though. Yep, I don't have no background in no military ops or any of this type of stuff. Even if I did, would it matter? Would it matter? So yeah, but it's a beautiful thing though, man. Just being allowed to have a thing called a platform, man. But yeah, so I'm glad we went over that. John says, "Thanks, Boogie, but it's more fun than sacrifice." Yeah, I know, right? So yeah, I know, right? Yeah, if I'm doing anything, yeah, I sacrifice a little time. Oh shit, what else I'm gonna do? I've been sitting here the whole time, still haven't gotten a ride yet. You know what I'm saying? Which reminds me, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to relocate my position. Where am I at here on this app first before I change up the location? You may see me move a little bit, John, but yeah, because here is slow. And if it's slow, I can't go. Boogie says, you may think that John and I glad you feel that way, but I'm sure to your family and friends it was hell without you. Yeah, I know, right? It was hell without me for my family and friends, you know? Yeah. Yeah, but you know, I know that some of them don't approve of I don't I don't think that I know with some of them and we don't agree on everything, and that's cool. We don't agree on everything. And that's cool about being friends and stuff like that. We don't agree on everything. I got some of them that slant more to the left, and I got ones that are moderate. I got what you call one called himself a moderate liberal, moderate conservative. So it just depends on the person, though. I'm still friends with them. Thumbs up, Boogie. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. I want you to come back, man, and be a repeat person because, yeah, you have a lot of information, man, and then that way you'll meet Omega too, man. These are my guides, man, and things. So, yeah, man. Yeah, I understand. You got to get out there and do what you got to do. Yeah, that's what I'm basically doing, man. I'm gonna because right now things are just slow, man. Yep, as you can see, I'm over here at the airport and things where you see the planes coming in every now and then. Yeah, so other than that, yeah, man. So went over those 29 of the executive orders and stuff like that by Trump. So a lot of stuff that I was talking about and speaking about and stuff like that. Yeah, man, this stuff really have gone down in a positive way, not in a negative, but a positive way. And like I said, I'm more interested in talking with the younger people, the younger generation, making sure that we don't repeat the history. When we don't learn from our past, we're doomed to repeat it. This is why it's important to understand and know about the history of it all. And I think that we allowed the stuff. TikTok came on board in 2016, I believe, and look what they've been doing, John. They pushed this whole agenda thing, which is they pushed this thing with this transgender ideologies and stuff like that. Because prior to 2016, you never heard of it. Neither of us have. We never heard of gender stuff and all this stuff. All these we never heard of that, man. It wasn't a thing. It was no such thing up until 2016. Many people would say, and this is the conspiracy of it all, and I do believe it. When TikTok came around, and it was a true backdoor to China, and another Trojan horse that been allowed to come over here, backdoor to China, CCP, and they've been doing a good job. Because think about this: why don't if they created TikTok in China, why don't the China? Why is there a ban on TikTok in China? We realize maybe people realize this or not, but the Chinese in China does not have access to TikTok at all. The government, which is the CCP, Xi Jinping, they don't allow TikTok over there at all. So what does this mean? Well, if they don't allow it there and they allow it here in America with the agenda, right, to create these ideologies to divide the people. Because let's face it, What they were trying to do is they were trying to destroy us within, to create different divisions, groups or whatever, right? Pretty much like how the Democrats have used as well. Identity politics, they use race baiting, things that keep us fighting amongst each other. So therefore, as long as we're fighting amongst each other, we can't even agree on gender anymore. Before 2016, we used to be able to agree on a thing called gender. Nobody never came up here talking about, well, there's more than one ways of classifying a woman or a man. We never heard such thing. We never had tampons in the boys' room. What you say? Tampon in the boys' room. What you say? We never had that, man. We never, Tim Wall stuff. We never had that stuff before. It just sounds, it just sounds insane, right? But I do believe that this was another Trojan horse that we had to defeat. Now that that Trump decided to keep it because he used his platform to win the younger vote. We know that, right? The youth vote went to Trump because of TikTok. So if Meta bought TikTok and things like that, well, we own 50% of TikTok. Okay, cool, right? So if we own 50% of TikTok, we can put safeguards on TikTok. Therefore, our data, our information is not going back to the CCP. And we can go ahead, and Trump already took care of DEI, took care of the transgender ideologies, took care of that already. So we don't even have to worry about that anymore because of the executive orders. So yeah, we're looking good right now in regards to that. Instead of the way, instead of running it the same way like it was before, you know? So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking very, very good right now. I'm very, very happy so far. And there's much more work to be done regards to this. But think about it. I do believe, yeah, 2016, I do believe that is the date of when TikTok was created, right? Because we didn't start hearing about this stuff before. I would have never thought it was such a thing of these multiple genders that they tried to push on to the people in the world. And it took root, and it was done through social media. It was very clever for the Chinese to do it because, again, TikTok is banned in China. They won't let Chinese people watch a lot of American propaganda. It's true. Yeah, Boogie says, I'll hit you up on a low, yep, on a, I know I'm driving right now. I'm gonna see you later, Boogie. I'm gonna see you later. So used to reading, you know. But yeah, I appreciate it though, Boogie. I do. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for commenting, stopping by, listening to your boys speak, you know. But, you know, I just want to just simplify stuff too. Just to kind of keep stuff in order, walk them down, being real simple, because the majority of the people in this country is simple. I'm simple. I'm not a technical like that, you know. I'm a simple guy. Nothing wrong with it. I try to live a simple life, you know. I don't have a lot of complications going on, man. It's just me. I don't have a family. I'm not married. I don't have no children. It's just myself. I keep a very simple life, you know, until we can be able to have what we call a safe and a free society again, because I didn't feel comfortable bringing children in the world, them being the target as well. You know what I'm saying? For real, wife being the target if I was married. Yeah, so I didn't feel comfortable with that, you know? So this is one of the things about that as well. So I'm glad it worked out for me for the most part of it. And for some of you that do have children, there's nothing wrong with it. But you know, as men, you gotta protect, not just provide, but you gotta protect as well. But yeah, but going back on my point to this whole TikTok stuff, because we got the back door closed, right? And now that we can turn TikTok to be something great, because that's where all the youth is. A lot of the youth is on TikTok. I went on there just to look. They selling products on TikTok, and it's beginning to be very popular. Youth is buying a lot of stuff on TikTok, from little toy drones, makeup, accessories, because people are doing product review. I never thought about product review on TikTok. Shoot, maybe I should do some product review. I own some of these products. I know enough about drones and stuff like that where I can do product review. But that's one of the things, John. I didn't want to fly my drone very much anymore because it's by DJI, and we know that out of Guangzhou in China. So, but now I don't feel like I don't feel bad now. I feel like I can go and fly my drone now, without what I'm saying. So yeah, because we done shut down the back door to China. That's all I cared about. That's all I care about. Now, Trump, Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin. Like I always said, because I watched that documentary called The Greatest Show on Earth, they are all in on what I call agreement with each other. When Trump had his capitulation tour, meeting with the world leaders and getting them to, getting them to do the right thing is what I want to call it. And you can kind of see that the theater, look at people it ain't like they're already getting in line. They've been in line. It was just theater. And we are seeing that more. I thank you for the like, by the way. Thank you so much. Yeah, but it's theater though, you know what I'm saying? So it's all designed to stop World War III. They are going to have a denuclear agreement. These are the three powerhouses. Once again, the United States of America, right? China, as well as Russia. No nukes to be fired off. We are not the enemies of each other. America, we are not going to be the world police anymore. We are not going to be the world responsible for being the world aid anymore. You see what I'm saying? We are not going to be the footstool or a doormat for the world either anymore. John said there are satellites that can read the data on court exactly from outer space. I don't think your drone is going to give that much information. I appreciate it. Thank you. And you're right. Yeah, I still use mine. Right, I got you. And you're right, though, John. You're absolutely right about that as well. You're absolutely right. But yeah, but that's the thing about it, though. We have stopped a lot of these Trojan horses that they were trying to use to divide the people of America, get us fighting amongst each other, spread misinformation, disinformation to the public, all for the threat of national security, enemy combatant, Russia, 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 right? We have turned the tide, ladies and gentlemen. We really have. And we have a lot to celebrate as well. We have a lot to be thankful for, and we have a lot to celebrate. Because majority of us, 77% of Americans made the wise choice. They know what they voted for. Wasn't really much of an option. Be honest. It really wasn't. But I'm glad that it worked the way that it worked out. And now that it worked out in our favor, because one thing about it, if you look at Agenda 47, which I went over Agenda 47 with Trump, everything on his policies he has implemented already right now. He said he was going to shut down the border. He said he was going to do mass deportation. He said he was going to drill, baby, drill, right? He said that he was going to get rid of DEI, all the stuff that he said on Agenda 47 it's already come to fruition already. You can't say that he was a denier. You can't say that he was lying. He kept his word, ladies and gentlemen. Trump kept his word. That's what I'm saying. If I were to pull out Agenda 49 and go over the rest of it, it would be in concordance with or alignment with what he was saying. In alignment, exactly what he promised. In alignment, right, of what Trump was saying, and it's there. That's exactly what it is. It ain't no mystery thing of what you don't know. We have to understand on the liberal side, they never really had an actual policy. Not really. They really didn't have a policy. Their policies is about deception, conversion, misinformation, disinformation, policies on the threat order, right? This is how they get down. And now that the American people are seeing this party for what they truly are under the Biden administration, which is actually the worst administration we have ever had in the history of the presidency, one of the worst, because he sold us out, lock, stock, and bond. It's true. How in the hell do you weaponize our government, weaponize our political party, and then create the warfare or the lawfare and turn lawyers into political armies as well? Your people in Congress, they became a political army, right? What are they doing? Going after the American people. Freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Big government, regulations, right? Not deregulations, more regulations. Bigger government, super big government. Everything is government. Big time government, Big Papa telling you what you can do, where you can go, what you can say, all regulated. It's not freedom. I got something here that I'm going to share with you guys. If I can bear to find it. But I can tell you what life was like when we didn't have a lot of these bureaucracy organizations. We didn't have the things that they have implemented today through regulations is what I'm trying to say. We didn't have that before. I don't know what it was like 150 years, 200 years ago, but I will say this. They weren't bombarded with a lot of regulations from big government. They really weren't. So this is another thing, though. Just love to be able to walk this stuff down, and I got to stay on Biden because of he once again overturned, took away all of the 99 executive orders, right, that Trump laid down back in 2016, right? He overturned all that. He got rid of the things that what Trump was trying to do. Can you imagine if we would have had another year with Trump back in 2020, we would be in a whole different place today, space today. Well, in a sense, it kind of worked out because Trump understood, and this is why he stopped going after the fraudulent election thing, because he knew that he did not have the support of the people back then. He didn't have support of the people the way we have today. We were in a different space in 2020. 2020, a lot of people didn't like Trump very much, man, at all. Even a lot of moderates, neutral-based people on the far left, they didn't care for Trump very much. They hated him. And then when they started, when Biden got in there, right, look at how the economy went. Some can even argue and say, well, yeah, COVID. But even after COVID, We still haven't recovered. But look at the war machine, weapon machine that he was doing. Biden was for the war. He wanted World War III, just like the World World Economic Forum. They wanted World War III. They're okay because they're gonna be in their bunkers, bunkers, right? They figured that they got enough food supply and rations to survive World War III and some. Going back, once I keep saying the Georgia Guidestones, you should better pull that up online and look at their agendas. It's all there, what they wanted to do for mankind to take us out, have a very small population. They said that we're nothing more than useless eaters, right? They consider us a plague of society. They wanted. That's why they pushed the Green Deal in the first place, with the electric vehicles to restrict our movement, right? They didn't want us driving around being free to be able to go and do what we want to do. They wanted to restrict us, right? This is what this was all about. Yeah, John says that's how elites stay in power. Make us fight each other. They munch popcorn, right? Exactly. That's exactly what it is. We fighting amongst each other. There's no reason in the world we can have a. It's okay to have a difference of opinion. We should have to go to war over it or create these stupid ideologies and get us. And this was designed purposely to divide us. And we almost fell for the banana and the tailpipe, John. You remember where it was when Trump won 2016, where we were in 2020. Man, they didn't like this guy at all, man. Man, they want to come after this dude, man. But now he got 77, almost 80 million people to vote for him. He had a better policy. Harris did not. Harris did not want to speak in front of people. She wanted to control. It was really, man, it was, I never seen nothing like that in my life, man. She is the worst president in the U.S. history. And I'm safe to say that. I said, I know people are not that damn dumb and stupid. And then they lied and tried to say that um, they fudged the numbers. We know those numbers were not real. She had to rely on crook being hooked or by crook. She had to rely on deception, lies. Talking about Kamala Harris right now, Scamala Harris. She had to rely on all these type of things that her party was doing. We know that Obama was in the back door, but it wasn't enough to get her over the hump because she was such a bad orator, man. She was horrible, man, speaking. Terrible. And she really, and then John, she's trying to run for what I keep hearing rumor that she's trying to run again. I believe she's trying to run for the presidency again. They don't even, they're so out of it, man. And they don't even realize that their party is done without having the illegals. And you think that these people right now, Trump gonna make it look so good for the American people, they ain't gonna want to go back paying taxes anymore. They're not gonna want to go back allowing big government telling them what they can't do and say. They want to better get in their cars and drive. Everybody don't want an electric car. You ain't like you can't have one, but you shouldn't have to be forced to have a mandate to say that you got to be an electric car. And these old stupid windmills and these old stupid solar panels and all this other stuff, just destroying what we actually naturally have, because they don't believe in the new Green Deal at all. It's a farce. It's a joke. They don't even believe the stuff that they're pushing. That John says that's great. Easy pickings for Vance in 2028. Exactly. Vance would go in there without even a hang up. because Trump have already taken the precautionaries of setting up a dynasty for the future MAGA Republicans. You know, anybody that runs under that ticket will be a shoe-in for sure. You know, they'll be able to go in there and, you know, and be able to, and Trump is going to still be very much involved because he laid down the framework. The framework has been laid out. We got the landscape now, ladies and gentlemen. The landscape is clear. It's common sense policies. All bands got to do is run the same thing. Common sense policies. Because whoever they try to get in there, it ain't gonna on the left, it ain't gonna matter. It's not gonna matter, ladies and gentlemen, because they done lost their voter block. These people are not gonna go back and say, I'm gonna take a chance on the Dem again. They could try to mirror MAGA, but we know that their agenda is pretty clear. A lot of them are anti-American. We can flush the majority of them out, John, and I think that's what's really happening, though. We're really getting a lot of these treasonous people from the Republicans as well as the Democrats. You know, we can get rid of the Mitch McConnell's, get him up on out of there too, and he's supposed to be a Republican, but it doesn't mean much though. He's pretty much part of the establishment. He's under the control of George Soros. George Soros is threatened by Elon Musk, just like with the rest of the Democratic elites. They're threatening Elon. This is why he got the Russia thing. I mean, the German thing. The this is crazy, man. You know, the German salute. You know, they would try anything and everything to try to. This was basically a hit piece out on Elon. They figured they could take Elon down, right? Because Elon is a bigger threat. Elon is worth, what did they say, $400 billion now, right? This guy could be possibly be the first trillionaire. And they are afraid of Elon's power and wealth and influence. And we have to, this is why Trump said that we have to protect our very smart, intellectually smart people like Elon. He makes the big bucks because he works a lot of hours. I don't have no problem with Elon at all, man. I want to see the Mars Project, John, take off. You know, me and you share a lot on common on that type of stuff. I want to see that happen. And Elon is just a man that can do it. With the right people helping him, we can achieve it. And they are threatened. George Soros, what is he, like 100 billion? Elon is worth $400 billion. What can what can a person, what can the World Economical Forum tell Elon? You know what I'm saying? What type of control can that guy be under? It doesn't make any sense when you really start thinking about it. Trump, even Trump, he's worth over $7 billion. I'm sure he done went up more now. But what can you tell Trump? Have a beautiful home in Mar-a-Lago, all those rooms, live the silver spoon life, but he still can relate to the people. What can how can a person buy Trump off? Trump already have billions. How can he be bought off? But guess who can be bought off? We already know Joe Biden was easy to be bought off, right? Obama was easily to be bought off. Hillary Clinton was easy to be bought off. All these people, Bill Clinton, her husband, remember that dude? He was easily to be bought off. All of them were easily to be bought off. I keep saying I'm going to do this, but I'm going to do my next live for sure, where I'm talking about the presidents from the Democratic presidents, every last one of them, how they've been bought off by the big international banker. We're going to talk about it. John says that's the reason I started trolling for Trump back in 2015. I know that's right. Yeah, because Trump came down that gold escalator and things like that, and it was just a beautiful thing, though, man. When Trump declared that he was actually running, and I remember he declared that he was going to be running for the presidency. Trump has billions, but at the same time, you never hear Trump flash, flaunt, and gloat about his wealth. Even though he's a businessman and he talks about the money more so now because he knows that the wealth have been robbed from the American people. So he has to go hard. And this is the answer to Handsome Liberal on his channel. Because I think he had a question. He said that Handsome Liberal said that he found that Trump was kind of braggadocious and talked a lot about the money part of it. My answer back to Handsome Liberal is this. Handsome Liberal is simply is this. Because I watch his channel time after time. Even though he's more of a liberal, which is fine. I respect him for his channel because he never shout down anybody, gaslight anybody, and he's one of the few liberals that will allow you to speak. You can go up on his link, you drop the link, you go on his channel, and you can talk, and you have a difference of opinion. Now, he will challenge you and things, so that's the thing about it. He will challenge, which is fine, which is okay. It's fine, you know? But yeah, and I like the lights. I appreciate it. John says, I dropped my beer when he told when he told all the Republicans, right? Um, he has donated to all of them over the years. Yeah, exactly. He have donated, right? Trump donated, man, a lot of money to the Dems, man. And Al Snake Ass Sharpton, him, Jesse Jackson, when Jesse was running, run, Jesse, you can win, Jesse, all that stuff. Jesse Jackson, 1984, right? He was running for the presidency. You could do it, Jesse. You could do it. You know, they was hyping Jesse up, man. They were pumping up Jesse. And the only thing, John, you remember you know why Jesse Jackson didn't win? He got in trouble when he called out he called out New York. He called New York. It was the H word. I'm not going to say it, but he called them that, and and it's not for Hebrew either. It's the other word which is considered a racial slur towards the Jews. And the yarmulke that they wear, but if you put the H in there, that's pretty much what he said to him. He called him that town. He was addressing them, and he was under the influence of Farrakhan and them, and I believe that they were protecting him. I believe from the security detail, if I'm correct. But yeah, all that blew up. Yeah, all that disintegrated, man. You know what I'm saying? Yep, I remember that stuff, man. But yeah, all that disintegrated. It just went up in smoke. Yep, it sure did. So yeah, so this is the reason as to why Jesse didn't get in there, because the Democrats need the Jewish community in order for them to win. They need the Jewish community and stuff, just like they needed the black community. They created another group in which is the LGBTQ community. And that was the whole reason for Obama weaponizing them same-sex marriages to get the LGBTQ community on their side as being the party of tolerance, the party of being friendly. The ones that say, hey, it don't matter if you are a pansexual, transsexual, geeks and freaks, you can be part of the Democratic Party. We're gonna love you just the same. You know what I'm saying? This is the lies and the deception that they were taught about, right? Made it sound like conservatives was going over here beating them up. I ain't never heard of no conservative jumping on any type of people that are LGBT. I never heard that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I never heard anybody from MAGA doing it. I never heard of that. So yeah, so we have to put some balance and start talking about some facts and stuff like that. That's all I offer, man, in regards to that stuff. These this group they have been doing a very good job. Identity politics, right? Race baiting. That's where they use Al Sharpton, right? To get him to come out. Now that this snake head had come out back out of the hole, what did Al Sharpton say he was going to do? He said that he was going to organize a rally to boycott any business that goes along with DEI. I mean, that doesn't go along with DEI hire. He's telling the blacks and he's telling people that's in the LGBTQ community that you are capable of getting a job off of merit base. Look how insulting the Democratic Party is saying. They've been doing this to the blacks for a long time. They're saying that you're not smart enough or you have the intellect to be able to get out here and basically simply get out here and really be able to do the things on your own. It's saying that you got to have special treatment, special help. You know what I'm saying? This is what they're saying. They're saying that without DEI hire, affirmative action, they're saying this was the reason for black success. This is a lie. But this is the propaganda stuff and the misinformation that they've been spitting out, you know? Because the last that I see, you have blacks that was getting degrees, some that are engineers, doctors. My cousin is a doctor. She's an MD. She wasn't, she didn't, yeah, you know what I'm saying? She was an MD. You know, I remember when U of M, right, University of Michigan, they had a policy back then which was affirmative action. In order to be able to go to U of M, it had to have a certain amount of token blacks just to be accepted, right? And they're proud of themselves by saying DEI high. They really are proud of themselves, man. Man, I mean, seriously. But they are very happy and proud of themselves, man. They pat themselves on the back, toot their own horns, talking about, you know, without DEI, that blacks are going to go back. I mean, this is lies, man. You know, I would never use a handicap to try to say that in order for me to have a job braggingly that I got it because I was a DEI hire. I would never sit up here and do no such a thing like that. I would never, because to me, the Democrats have been downplaying and getting blacks to get on board of being inferior intellectually. And every time I hear the word DEI higher, that's what they're saying. They're saying that you are intellectually inferior. They still run around saying white superiority. They still say white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy. The white man is this white supremacy. They constantly and keep doing this type of stuff, man. You know, they really do. This is crazy. This is just absolutely ridiculous and crazy. But like I said, man, before I close, man, I just wanted to bring this stuff up, man. We had a pretty good live today, you know, for people that came in. And we had some people, new people that came in. I appreciate it. And things. So yeah, Boogie, I appreciate you. Who was the other guy besides Boogie? Oh yeah, Brick City. Yep, Brick City. Yep, I appreciate you as well. And right now, John, we're getting more new people in here, man, and the message is slowly getting out here, man. Getting more subscribers and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, organically getting more subscribers, which I appreciate. Because this message have to go out. That's why the likes are so important, because it helps others see me come up um, on their streams. And then I got other things that I do on my downtime to with tags and stuff like that, the hashtags and stuff, to be that way I can be able to compete with the other ones. Though one person, John, commented on my channel on one of the recent, and it was I don't know if I would consider it as a trolling, but he was basically saying this to summarize it. He said, "Your channel is very interesting." He said, even though, he said some things, I've got to read to you and say what he actually said, but if I can remember, he was just basically saying how how I'm breaking even on the numbers. You can have all these views and you only have like 347 subscribers or 46 subscribers. So he didn't really understand that necessarily, but he was looking at my stuff, and that's when I feel like at that point, that's when I know that I made it with the haters, because if they can bring up stuff like that, that must mean that I'm making a difference, man. I'm not a big time, content creator like a lot of these other guys, even though I predate them using YouTube because I go all the way back to 2009. So I was already here in the space before a lot of these other people were, to be honest. Because I got old videos of me doing stuff back then. But I was using YouTube since they started, 2006, I do believe. Yeah, John says that's why I don't ban unless they are way out of line. Yeah, I got you. I appreciate that too. Because yeah, we don't do the banning thing. I had to do it yesterday because the person, it had some Chinese characters on there, and it looked like he did a very bad job of trolling. So he couldn't troll, so he started scrolling and spamming after I told him not to. So that's what got him banned up on out of here. So other than that, all is good though overall. But yeah, I'm gonna try this here to see if I get myself another ride. May probably get myself a lunch in a minute first. But yeah, but other than that though, man, yeah, so that's the thing about it. you know, yeah, so I'm picking up a little bit more. Yeah, John says the left can't meme or troll. Yeah, they really do a bad job of that. But they do it in their emotions. If you notice, they're screaming, hollering, and yelling. They ask you question after question after question just to get you in the aha moment. They really do. You know, they really do. It's always a line of questioning with these people. It's like why even ask the question when you don't even believe it? And then when you give them an answer for it, they'll say that is not true. Then they attack you. You know, it's exactly they mimic what the elites do when they are against, because they eat their own. We already know the left eat their own too. Casualties of war, they will eat their own. They're like a beast. They're like those hamsters. When a gerbil have their babies, they end up eating their own babies. Cannibalism. Oh man, that my little baby kind of a little tasty looking right there. Fresh and fresh, easy meat, and they go ahead and eat them. It's like, damn, what kind of is that? But that's how the Democratic Party behaves. They do the same thing. They would eat their own in a New York minute. They don't matter. Whether you're good or not, they still would eat their own. They devour their own. It ain't about no loyalty in the Democratic Party. Never was. John says, I wish I had a video on British guy I trolled, right? The other day. He was mumbling my name 5 minutes before he could block me. Yeah. And I do trolling too, though, John. I'm guilty of it. Not in a, I'm not, let's say, sad about it. I do get in there and troll. I troll like you do for on facts and information, and they can't seem to take it. They don't like to be challenged. They don't like it when you're right now at all. John says he lost it when I told him Nigel Farage was going to be prime minister. Oh, really? Oh yeah, isn't that Nigel is the same guy you told me before? That's a conservative that's running in Parliament right now against the liberals. I think you told me mentioned him before. I remember the name. You know, Nigel is a UK name, man. That's a British name. True and true, man. Yep. Can you imagine though, if my name was Nigel, I have to call this the Nigel channel. I don't think I would. I mean, I was speaking with an English accent. My name is Nigel. Welcome to Some Random Guy Speaks. I'm talking about American politics. It wouldn't go over well, right? It'd be like, what this British guy talking about American politics? He ain't even American, you know? And I want to say that I am against the Constitution. I think that you guys should be under the Commonwealth. And can you imagine though? He didn't stone this guy though, man. Get this guy out of here, man. Get this Brit out of here, man. You know, he's against 1776. We kicked your ass, man. Oh man. But no, shout out to the UK though, man. I like you guys, man. I still do. I still do. Shout out to the UK anyway, man. I think the Brits with their British sense of humor on certain things is funny. You know what I'm saying? All we gotta do is get you a toothbrush and some toothpaste, and you'll be all good, man. You know what I'm saying? We can go ahead and get years of decay off those teeth, or maybe a tooth, or maybe some implants, and we'll fix you up good as new, man. We'll get you right. John says they tried to kill him when he was a member of the European Union Parliament. When UK was in the UK, the UE, I mean the European Union. Oh yeah, really? Okay. Yeah, that's what I think you mentioned that to me before. Because they don't like conservatives, man. They don't like anybody that threatens their liberal ideologies, man, at all. We already know that they don't like it. Dude walked away from a plane crash after he had a smoke. Wow, that's amazing, man. They were really truly out to get this guy, man, you know. What about that Pierre dude from Canada? The one that's supposed to be their hopeful in Parliament in Canada too. That Pierre dude. Yeah, I see you with the sunglasses and the 100. Yeah, I know, right? What about that Pierre dude though? Do you think that I mean he's a conservative that's running over there in Canada, the Pierre something? That Pierre dude, you know? Pierre. You know, I even say a cool name. Yeah, my name is Pierre. You know? Yeah. Oh, French names too, right? Don't get no more French than that Pierre. Yeah. You know, but yeah, I hope Canada consider him. Yeah, Pierre, they should. I think they will because they're seeing the success we're getting from our conservative, which is Donald J. Trump, the greatest president we ever had in the history of the United States, for giving us back our freedom. Yeah, John says he talk a good talk. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know a lot about this guy. I would just say this though, the Canadians are going to really have to do their investigative work to find out what the affiliations, who's financing this dude, who's backing this dude. This is one of the main reasons as to why, and I'm sure you agree with me though, John, why the liberal left created this scare against rich conservatives, because the liberals are afraid of anyone that opposes them with a lot of money. They made sure to keep rich people out of politics. They don't like rich men in politics because they understand that most of these rich conservative guys cannot be controlled. That is a problem. They like it when they can control their politicians. George Soros have been controlling a lot of these politicians. Let me ask you this, John. What do you think about Vivek Ramaswamy? Is it? I'm hearing talks about him being under George Soros. What you think about that? Is there any validity with that man? Because he wanted to run. He's announced that he was running for Ohio governor. I think that went left and things. I don't think that he would get in there. Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek, the guy that is very good friends with J.D. Vance, Vivek Ramaswamy, that dude, right? Vivek, you remember him? The guy from India that's part of Doge, Department of Government Efficiency. That dude. Yeah, Vervek. I'm sorry, Vervek. Yeah, Vervek. So with Vervek, how do you feel about him? What's your honest opinion about Vervek? What's your honest opinion? I'm hearing stories that he's tied with George Soros. What's your personal opinion about Vervek? Because that's the thing about Yeah, him. I'm not really for sure. I don't know enough about him. There's people in the MAGA movement that don't trust him. You know, he's like a candidate that seemed like he came out of nowhere. To be honest, he speaks good, but yeah, I don't know about him. I think by him being yeah, before I'm even mention say anything, John says my neighbor actually went to college with him and says that he's a decent guy, extremely smart. Yeah, I'm not taking that away, but do we truly know? Is he on the ticket under George Soros? That's my question I would like to know. And we have to, I'm sure Trump already investigated this guy though, because he wouldn't be part of Doge. I don't think that that is true. I don't have any problems with Verbeck at all. I think he's a very intelligent guy. He's a billionaire himself, isn't he? Worth about 2 billion if I'm correct. So he's a very smart guy. I'm not taking that away from him at all. I don't have a problem with him, whether he was governor of Ohio or if he ran Doge. I would like to see him over there and either way, uh him being the governor, I think he'll be a good fit for Vivek Ramaswamy. Yeah, I think he'll be a good fit for the governor seat. John said he was a tech guy. Yeah, exactly. So he could be entangled with Soros. Yeah, that's the thing about that and things. So yeah, that could be an issue because anybody that's entangled with Soros, that is a big. Because we got to look out for people like because they could easily infiltrate MAGA. We have to look out, be on the watch out because Soros can dress up these guys to appear to look like MAGA, talk like MAGA, because he's been putting the money on politicians, Democratic politicians for years, Republicans as well too. John says, I guess watch his actions and see what he does. I am going to pay more close attention to his actions though, you know. I didn't see what he said about the H-1B1 visa and all that stuff. I didn't. I agree with him actually, and things like that. That didn't get me hot under the collar for the statement that he made. But Trump told them to stay off of social media because right now they're causing division. So he was right about doing that. But we'll watch his actions. I hate to have to condemn somebody, but we have to keep a. I'm gonna have to keep a close, sharp, watchful eye on Verbeck and things like that. Um, Other than that, JD Vance, I think he's a very good fit on as far as being a VP, and he should be a shoe in to win for the 2028 and things like that. So here's another perspective. Can Trump possibly run another year? I mean, not a year, but another 4-year term. That we have had a president that have did 3 terms before, right? Is it possible under the circumstances if Trump and the administration can prove that there was election fraud? He said he can. But let's just say that hypothetically say that if he proves that election fraud happened, do you think that would that give Trump the option to be able to run a 3rd term instead of 2-term president? You know, since the election was taken from him. And I know right now it's not according to our Constitution, you can only serve 2 terms as a president. John says, yeah, uh, Bart actually had a story about this today. I don't know if it's the one I read it from another source, but yeah, I was. It's possible though, right? When we really think about it, it's possible and probable that that can actually happen because apparently, John said apparently congressmen floated this um, floated this IFEA floated this. Is that an acronym or something, John? Okay, yeah, got you. I thought what it was. Okay, idea, right? Floated this idea, right? Exactly. Floated this idea, right? I mean, it's possible though. Can you imagine though if it actually goes down where he becomes like a third, he have a third term? So that would mean Verbeek wouldn't be able to run until let me see, 2008, 9, 10, 11, 12. I mean, 2020, 2032. Yep. No, my misspelling. Oh, it's all good, John. It's all good. Yep. I just wanted to make sure, man. But it's all good. Yeah. So if Trump get in there and he runs, now if he become a third term president because of the election fraud, so from 2008, 9, all right. Then we have, yeah, 30, yeah. So JD will not get into the White House until 2032. Can you imagine that? The next president of the United States in the future, if JD wins, he'll be the 2032 president. He is a millennial, and which is another thing, man. And I know we've talked about this before. We have no Generation X people that ever held on the presidency, not one. We have baby boomer, we have millennial, possibly in a millennial, but a whole generation skipped, which is Generation X. Can you imagine, man? No Generation X have served as a president in the United States. Obama is a baby boomer, you know. Joe Biden is a baby boomer. The Clintons are baby boomers. Bushes are baby boomers. So we don't have anybody that was a Generation X that became a president. Go figure that. Yeah. So, but yeah, man, that's the thing about that, man. John says, but Trump will want to do another term. I don't think. I don't think he will want to do another term. I think he said this is the last one here that he was going to do. And things like that. He said that he didn't want to because he said if he wasn't going to win at this one, he wasn't going to wait until the next one. You know, it was imperative that he win this one and things like that. Because I know he got grandkids, even though he enjoyed running the country. But you know, you get to a point in life where you just want to be able to spend time with the family, and I get that. But his service to the country has been monumental. You know, for the sacrifices he had to make. But yeah, he's getting old, right? And may want to enjoy life. Exactly. However, he enjoyed being president too. Exactly. I think he'll want to enjoy his golden years as being retired. He'd go down in history as one of the greats that ever done it. Getting for the free. He's going to be an edged stone. He will not be forgotten by far. This is very, very true. Not only that he helped out a lot of people on the right, he helped out a lot of people on the left. He helped out a lot of old school libertarians like yourself, moderate, neutral based people. Everybody, everybody benefited. And that's what he was saying about MAGA. He didn't want to exclude this to a Republican thing only, because it was bigger than just being a Republican thing. That's why I don't be like, yeah, it's all about Republican, Republican. I was mentioning, I put the MAGA in front of it and put that distinction, right? That distinction. So if I can draw, separate the two, draw the hairs between the two, when I just say Republican, that really don't hold a lot of weight in water no more. But what holds, if I put the MAGA in there, because Make America Great Again, that's what he ran under his campaign. It was a very effective marketing strategy, but it was a lot of realness behind it too, because the people started believing making America great again. So it wasn't about just that old school neocon, racist, epitaphs and all this other crap that was going on. What they, under the old moniker of the Republican Party, you know what I'm saying, with the John McCain's and things like that. What's his name? You know, Dick Cheney and those people, Bushes. Yeah, they really destroyed the Republican Party, man, and things like that. The Bushes been did it, you know, and that's where it started really going weird, man. Around in the '70s, I believe, they hijacked that movement and pushed that agenda and stuff like that. So it was all about big business as well. They aligned themselves with the Democratic Party and things like that. I know Reagan was an outsider, but Bush was his vice president. Did you see Ukraine get their money? Sprinkle turned off by Rubio. Uh, you know what? I didn't hear about that, but we could talk about it though. It makes sense though too, man. Yeah, because we knew it was coming, John. We knew it was coming. I'm not even surprised. And I'm glad you brought this up, because this was another thing that under the Biden administration, before they shut down the turn to Spreaking and turned it off, what was going on here? You know what I'm saying? We have billions into Ukraine, billions and billions and billions of dollars under Zelensky, man. And as you say, John, Zelensky gonna have fun with the new source for blow money. Yeah, I know, right? And what should happen is that once we come to a term agreement with Ukraine and Russia, and because man, I done heard all kind of stories about Ukraine, man. All of the infrastructure is gone. All the buildings, the beautiful history, demolished, destroyed. It's gone. He collected so much money. They have enough money to be able to rebuild their own. But we know it went into his own pocket. And I got what the phrase when you said he got his own blow money. More ways than one. I wouldn't doubt it if he was a blowhead anyway. I really wouldn't doubt it though. You got that much money, man. You ain't never got to work ever again. You can sit back and smoke and do cocaine all day long. You can sniff cocaine, snort cocaine, and live a wonderful life. You know what I'm saying? With that kind of money. Yeah, John says Putin wants a sit down with Trump administration to do a peace treaty. Yeah, and this was the plan in the beginning anyway. This wasn't something they just decided to do. This been on the plan since Trump was president way back in 2016. This is part of the capitulation tour that Trump did. This is all theater at this point. Putin and Xi Jinping, they both were already in on this type of stuff. And a lot of stuff was just theater. But now that they're going to come to the negotiating table anyway, because it wasn't going to be no World War III. Even though the deep state was pushing it, but it's not going to be a World War III because Trump is willing to sit down at the table and meet with these people that he's already cool with. We have an understanding with our governments with each other. And even with North Korea, we got to understand it with Kim Jong Un, you know, when they want to call Rocket Man. He's been behaving. We haven't had any problems. What goes on in North Korea goes on in North Korea. It don't have nothing to do with us. I'm in agreement with Trump. That has nothing to do with us at all. You know, what goes on in China has nothing to do with us once again. You know, it has nothing to do with us. We have to start caring about our own here in America. I don't live in China, nor do I want to live in China. I live in America. I care about American politics. That's why I mean, we talk a little bit about geopolitics a little bit, but I don't go into it in that depth because once again, it's all about Americans loving on Americans, taking care of Americans. This is what it's about. That's why I'm gonna call when I get off the phone. I'm gonna call ICE again. I'm gonna give ICE a call, let them drop some more information as to where these illegals are, so they can go ahead and do a massive roundup. Because, like I said, I want them to come over here and ham traffic. I want them because there's a lot of illegals over there, even people from Yemen. Sorry, people from Yemen, you know, you guys got to go. If you're illegal, you got to go. Your children got to go if you're illegal. Sorry, people from Bangladesh over there, whatever, you guys got to go if you're illegal. You know, I'm talking about for my Indian people too. Everybody in India, you know, over here illegal. There's people over here illegal. You have to go. If your work visa expired, you got to go. You can always apply for another one though. Who else? Chinese. A lot of you guys got to go. You already know what is it, CCP agents. You guys got to go. Get the hell up. And actually, I'm gonna be dropping a dime on them. I got to start calling them up. I'm gonna call ICE today so they can go ahead and hit these buffets up, because that's where they're gonna find a lot of illegals over there, and things like that. So I got my call today. That's gonna be on my to-do list to call ICE, because I got their tip hotline number. John says we have what's it, tens of thousands living in tents in North Carolina and Tennessee, and now all these people that have their houses burned in California. Exactly. John says no foreign aid to our people are whole. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. We're not going to offer no more foreign aid. And if you are waiting to become a citizen, there will be no waiting for citizenship here in the United States. It's going to be dealt in Mexico. You'll be over there. Right now, it's about Americans first. If you are over here illegal, you're going to be rounded up, and I got to call ICE today. I am an ICE caller. I will call up ICE, ICE baby, and then they'll come and get you. Just how it is. Because I know where a lot of these illegals are. I pick them up in my car. I picked up a couple of Spanish-speaking ladies last week. I know a little Spanish myself, but I was able to converse a little bit with them. But here's the thing about it, though. I knew that it was a red flag that they were illegal, John, straight up. They did not speak no English at all. And you can't just go by that either. But I know where they live, and I'll be making a phone call because I want them out of our country. As I said many of times, they are a plague on our society. They do not pay into the tax system. They send their money back home. To me, tax avoidance, tax evasion, right? If we got to pay taxes, they should pay taxes. See, that's the thing about it. So I am totally against the immigration. And again, I'm going to call ICE up. And once I get ICE a call on that tip hotline today, and I want them to come into these areas, I want them to hit the buffets. I know where a lot of these illegals are where they work. They're gonna go into the jobs, fast food restaurant, McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King, right? No habla speak English. Okay, we gotta go and get you. We're gonna come and get you. It is what it is. You will go back. You'll be in a detainment center. You'll be detained, waiting to be shipped back to your country of origin. And this is where it has to be. Because until America, for Americans, you don't have the right to fall up under the 14th Amendment. That's only designed for my people, not the illegal immigrants. So that we want to make sure that that is the reason as to why the 14th Amendment was put into place. It had nothing to do with immigration, with illegals. That's what the Democrats came up with. That's a lie. It had more to do with the ex-black slaves than it has to do with illegal migration. And they're gonna pay for that too, because that's not how it go. No, 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 no. And now that those borders are shut down, we have arrest of criminals, over 500 of them so far. We're going after MS-13, that Venezuelan gang. What is it called? That Venezuelan gang. There's some other ones out there that they have been apprehended. They have been arrested, and they have been shipped up. They're gonna ship them up on out of here. Big old black helicopter. They're gonna round them up, and they're gonna ship them back to their country of origin. And if the people don't take their people, Trump already got tariffs on them too. So they're gonna because he's gonna cut the aid off. I think he already did with a lot of these countries anyway that have been shipping their illegals over here. You got to cut the aid off. No more aid, and also raise the tariffs to get the ass in line. Right? That's what has to happen. It's true though. Yep. Like you said, John, no foreign aid until our people are whole again. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. We have enough division in this country as it is. We are healing right now. We're going to become United States of America again. And I think it should take about 4 years or so, or maybe more, where the people could get on board with the new agendas that are coming in. Because many of us don't even know what real freedom is, man. For real, for real. John, you seem to be more free on your land than we are in the city. That's for damn sure, man. You have wide open spaces. You ain't got to worry about nobody coming on your property and stuff without being unannounced. And, you can live off the land with your animals and stuff like that. Yeah, you guys are pretty much close like the Amish, though. You know what real freedom is, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a beautiful thing. That is a beautiful thing. And one day I'm gonna find out what that's like though, Going into this administration, man, we're gonna be looking good. Money gonna be looking better. Inflation is gonna drop. Trump is gonna start up the drilling. We're gonna go into coal. Coal is gonna it's gonna actually fuel the resources when it comes down to energy. Coal. This is what China doing the same thing. China has invested been in on oil, and they also are producing coal versus this new Green Deal crap stuff, right? Because with coal, you can do a lot of things, right? Which is going to bring down our utility bills and all type of stuff. John says law enforcement don't pull that or the shit out here, right? Like in the city, because they know we are armed. Exactly. Exactly, though, John. That's why I say you are living the Constitution, my friend. You enjoying your. That's a beautiful thing, man. You don't have to worry about these pirates, these invaders rolling up on your property and stuff. They know better after Ruby Ridge. They know better after Waco, Texas. David Koresh is his name. I said John Koresh. I meant to say David Koresh. Did a misspelling of his name. I do apologize, making that correction right now. Yeah, David Koresh is the person from Waco, Texas, the compound. The religious, the person. He wasn't doing nothing to nobody, John. him and his congregation. He wasn't doing anything to nobody. We wasn't no. They're trying to make this guy like a racist, a gun runner, and all the rest of this stuff. This was all in the name of religion, man. He wanted to be off the grid, have his own community. Like many religious people, look at the Amish. The Amish is doing the same thing. They got a compound. They got communities. The Amish been living off of the land though. What threat are they are? But I get it to the government because the Amish was a threat when they started voting for Trump. It was the funniest thing. Trump flag on the horse and buggy, man. I was beside myself, John. I still am, man. Oh man, Jedediah, man, yep, Josiah, Josephus, and all the rest of them, man. Yep, boy, come on along here, Martha. We're gonna go ahead and yeah, man. I have much respect for the Amish, man. I do. John says I was in Killing, I heard of Killing, Texas, working for Lockheed Martin at Fort Hood. I heard of Lockheed Martin. It was a girl that I dated, John. That's real cool, John. What type of clearances that you have? The media was lying to you all back then. Yeah, they sure were. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because I dated a girl out of California. She lived in Palmdale, and her father he worked for Raytheon, and they also hold a big military contract, as you already know. I think I mentioned this before, but yeah, he worked for Raytheon. Yeah, things like that. But yeah, Lockheed Martin, and then you have Boeing. Yeah, you got a few of them out there that hold the military contracts. The biggest one is Halliburton. Oh man. John says, remember the Huey helicopter? I do. That supposedly was shot. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Huey. They used the Huey back in Vietnam and things like that, the Vietnam War. The Huey helicopter, man. That thing looked very steady too. Yeah, until it was shot down. Well, it never came home with holes. Yeah, I know, right? It never came with holes. It was sturdy, right? Yeah, you would prefer that over the Black Hawk, right? What about the Sikorsky? Yeah, I done heard a lot of bad things. The guy that created the Sikorsky, Edward Sikorsky. What about the Sikorsky helicopter? I still would go with the Huey though. John says it was maintenance by Diacorp. I heard of them too, Dynacorp. In the same hangar as I worked at. Oh, nice. Oh, really? That's amazing though, John, man. John got all type of clearances back then for that type of stuff, man. Yeah, working on that, man. Oh yeah, military grade stuff. I like helicopters though too, man. I never flown a helicopter. Never been inside of a helicopter though, man. But that Huey, man, I've seen him on. Remember Mash? Yep. Yeah, Mash, the TV show that in the movie that came out first. Yeah, Mash. They were flying Hueys then, right? I mean, yeah, because it was Vietnam War. Was that Vietnam War? Wait a minute. Yeah, that was Vietnam War. Yeah, Vietnam. Yeah, MASH. Yep. Yeah, man. But the sliding door that open up, you can hang your legs out. Yeah, John says the Branch um, Davidians never shot at it nor hit it like the news said. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, got you, man. Yeah, man, that's what I say though. But that weaponization on the news media is going to stop too. They're not weaponized anymore. A lot of that stuff. I know with Trump, I believe if he hasn't done it already, he cut off the communication from the CIA, from CNN, and a lot of rest of them as well. Cut that off as well. So now we're going to be going back to getting real journalism again, real news, instead of having this bias in one direction. And I know he got his eye on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, and stuff like that, CBS. John says, I was the dumbass sitting behind the door gun. Oh, really? Yeah, because the door gun is open when you're shooting out there. I've seen enough of the, what's that, Mission in Action with Chuck Norris, Platoon, right? Full Metal Jacket, Heartbreak Ridge with that was a great one too, man. I love my army movies, man. Rambo. We already talked about that earlier. First Blood, Rambo 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, dun 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 dun. Yeah, John Rambo. Yeah. Yeah, we need a Rambo today, John. Shoot, I love my army movies, man. I love my army movies, man. It's like, yeah, I seen them all, man. Yep, Platoon was good. All Star Cast, I do remember. Apocalypse Now. I love the smell of napalm early in the morning. You know, napalm. That's what he was talking about. Yeah, man. Agent Orange and napalm, man. Man, yeah, man. A lot of those soldiers died for the elite over fucking rubber trees, man, in Vietnam jungle. Firestone and all this stuff, man. You know, this is a damn shame, man. We send our military over here. You ain't liberating Jack Ish. You would just sit there on the behalf of the elites. So therefore, they can control more resources. That's all it is. John says that was the movie that made me want to be in aviation. Oh, really? Which one, John? Which one did I say? You talking about Not Missing in Action with Chuck Norris? Heartbreak Ridge, or no? Or is it Full Metal Jacket, Apocalypse? You gotta tell me which one you with Apocalypse Now. Oh yeah, I know, right? What's his name? Duvall. What's his name? Shelley Duvall's brother. You talking about Apocalypse? I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Yeah, I love the smell of it. That's what he was saying. I was like, oh wow, man. I don't want none that want to smell that. But yeah. Yeah, those are great movies, man. Those are great movies. Yeah, they were. Man, Full Metal Jacket, I really like that movie, man. Anything you want. Anything. She was like, yeah. She was like, yeah, man, it went down like that in Vietnam back then, man. All the GIs were marrying Vietnam chicks and bringing them back to America and everything. You know the whole history of it, man. John says the fight on the Valkyries when the helicopters attacked the village. Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, because they did the reenactments in those movies with that type of stuff, though, man. Yeah, when they were up against the Viet Cong. Yeah, man. Yep, the Viet Cong. Yeah, man, that was something. I mean, I'm glad I wasn't old enough back then, John, because they would have drafted my ass, man. I would have been in. I'd have had my ass over there in Vietnam and stuff. I would have to hide out in the foxhole and stuff like that. Man, we'd be two people down in the foxhole, man. I mean, I still said we lost that war, man. We had a lot of casualties, man. The bodies of GI soldiers coming back, man. You know what I'm saying? Man, I tell you, man, we had a lot, man. We lost a lot though, too, man. All over rubber trees and stuff. Yep, smuggling cocaine with the dead GI soldiers in the body bags and things like this. They were dying for cocaine and they were also dying for rubber trees, man. What a damn shame, you know. But those women too, man, they were treacherous too. The Vietnamese women. But you be thinking like they're over there just a rice farmer, man, till they pull out a motherfucking excuse my French, they pull out an AKA or something like that, man, and get the gunning, you know? John says, I knew a pilot who flew a OH-6 and was shot down 4 times in one day. Damn. Leo Berg, CW4. Oh, really? Damn, he was shot down. Yeah, John McCain was shot down. He was tortured behind enemy lines and stuff. I think that's why he didn't have the use of that arm no more. John, was that really a true story? I think I heard a controversy about that, John. Was John McCain, was he a true prisoner of war? He was shot down, though, But I done heard John McCain. They propped him up as being this like war hero. Was John McCain? Because he was in the Vietnam. Yeah, let me see here. John says, "Too bad John McCain didn't stay here." Yeah, no, right? Yeah, but I heard that he got shot down and that he was a prisoner of war and he was tortured along with two of his other, military buddies, right? And he survived. They had the Vietnam camp. Yeah, he did. Okay, right. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the Vietnamese torture chamber, man, it was horrible, man. They would give you like rice and give you the bare essentials and stuff. Yeah, it's like your muscles and stuff were atrophied, and everything, man. They were skinny. But finally, when they got free, yeah, man, they were like little fellows, man, getting their ass beat every day with that bamboo stick, you know, and things like that by the Vietnamese, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That was some straight up torture there for John McCain, man. John McCain, Yep, exactly. Yep. His family runs Arizona, right? He's like Arizona. Yeah, you got to go through the McCain family in Arizona, man. John McCain, man. Yep. Got shot down behind enemy lines. Man, I can't even imagine John being a pilot getting shot down behind enemy lines, deploying my parachute, being able to have to rough it. John Rambo can do it. If he was real, John Rambo. Yep. Yeah, he'd be taking them out one by one. Yep. Boy, I tell you, man. Yeah, man. But yeah, man, we covered a lot though, John, man. People was in the room earlier. We just kind of winding down right now. Another Rhino family. Yeah, he is a Rhino, for sure and sure. True and true. They just jumped on board and he had the opportunity to join on with Trump. But we already know they were giving John McCain, he was making too much money under the McCain family to do wrong versus doing right by its American people. Can't say, because Trump always give people a chance now. He'll say if you're crooked, you already know. He said you have the opportunity to do the right thing. This is what I love about Trump. He will give you an opportunity to do the right thing. I think that Trump offered the same thing to Eric Adams, the mayor in New York, because he was heavily, with the Democratic Party, right? I think he was. Yeah, John says John McCain is behind all the Ukraine wars. Exactly. He said all this Ukraine war, which is BS. I don't agree with that. I don't believe that, But Liz Cheney, because we know who her father is, she was raised to be a war hawk. Dick Cheney, the head person in charge over Halliburton. Halliburton owns the largest military when it comes down to the contracts. It's Halliburton. John says, I know damn well he was getting kickbacks. Sure, he was getting kickbacks. A lot of them were getting kickbacks off of this. I would agree with that because what would be the point of being a senator, being in Congress if you didn't get kickbacks, right? And it shouldn't be this way because Trump is going to do something about that too. He said it. We might have already signed it in his executive orders. I didn't go over all of them. I only went over 29 of them, but I want to tackle the rest of them. And I believe that he have stopped the lobbyist for being allowed to talk to politicians, push these bills, and trying to get stuff done. I think he stopped that. John says, remember, okay, HN, the old one. that is gone. Uh, we good. The hack from the McCain Foundation. Yeah, this guy's got another McCain Foundation. Yeah, is the hack from the McCain Foundation. It's just crooked, man. Just straight up crooked. You know. Yeah. 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 Got the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though. Yeah. So, yeah, John, man, you're absolutely right about that. Had to think about it because it's been a little while. I know it ain't been that long, but it's been a little while though, because we had John McCain and dealing with his nonsense and things like that. Dealing with what's the other one? Dick Cheney. Remember when he shot that dude on a hunting trip? Now John McCain. I mean, not John McCain, but Dick Cheney. You know damn well that he didn't mistake him for being no damn deer. He deliberately shot that dude. John says all that files was archived and archived. Is if you want it to go digging. Yeah, I'm sure it is, and I'm gonna have to go and dig that up. I already know that Trump administration is all over that though, man. For a lot of that, because that's why I agree that we should start investigating these foundations, because we know the crooked Clinton Foundation, that's crap. The Obama Fund, we got to go into these foundations, man. We really do. It's just a bunch of crap. It's a bunch of crap. It is. It really is. Yeah, John, man. Yeah, John, man. It was nice talking with you, man. We had a great show today. We had some people to participate. Got to find Sherry, get her back on the channel. And things. Always enjoy her as well as yourself, man. You guys really make it easy and fun for me doing this, though. I'll always look forward to you guys. Omega as well, too. 1000RR. Billy Sharp popped in for a minute. No, Billy Sharp, stay busy working. I appreciate you, Billy Sharp. He probably listening to me in the background right now. And things. We also have, who else? I don't see that wallflower dude anymore or Big Kahuna. But if you are listening and watching, man, you're always welcome to come back over here, man. I still remember those people, man. They were cool. Yeah. Even MC and things, my arch rival and nemesis, you know. So, yeah, we had one came in the other day that was actually in the Marines. Yeah, John said Omega is sharp on the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Absolutely, because when I'm slipping, Omega don't have no problem in hesitating and correcting you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that's why he started. Because he said he had a channel, John, a long time ago, before it was deplatformed and everything. But yeah, so yeah, he told me that. I said, okay, that's pretty cool. But yeah, he talks about the Bill of Rights, Constitution, and all this other kind of stuff, history buff. I know some things or whatever, and when I started mentioning about the Constitution and everything like that, yeah, that's right. That's what got to make it over here, man. I started mentioning stuff about the Constitution. Yeah, yeah, and I want to see. That's what I say. I want to see Americans in general, man. I want to see us knowing about the Constitution more so, instead of just a few of us knowing about the Constitution. Because once again, if this could happen to a standing president, where they could violate his first constitutional rights with that old Marshawn crap, and that's another thing. I said it again yesterday. I'm gonna say it again. They're gonna be coming after Judge Marshawn. They're gonna be coming after Letitia James and the other one, Fannie Willis, and all the rest of them. They're gonna come after them for all this fraudulent stuff that they tried to put paint on Trump. You don't have to be a lover of Trump, but one thing about it, nobody should be lied on, and nobody should have their constitutional rights stripped from them, and Trump included. He didn't deserve it. He was innocent the whole time. He ain't never been a felon. That stuff with Stormy Daniels said it was nothing there. They ran with that story and made that ish up. John says maybe have one show a week that's always the same. Yeah, I think you may be right about that. Yeah, I think you may be right about that though too. Um, about this type of stuff more so. I can get more people involved in it because talking about the other stuff, yeah, it's kind of dead. Yeah, people ain't really. I noticed that too. John says, "Did jump on like you do when you have the time." Okay, I will. I'm gonna take that advice though, man. Yeah, that would make sense because that could give me time to gather my other source material and things like that. But yeah, because I had to pull this up with Trump's executive orders and things. So yeah, I went on his campaign site again. Agenda 47 is still up, but I think I'm gonna tie that into the stuff that we've been talking about today, though, John. And then run that in the Constitution. Yeah, Omega could back me up on that, and yeah, that's the thing about it, because it's always good to have somebody that knows about the Constitution, know about we the people and all this other stuff, man, because that's important, man. I mean, you guys can back me up on this as you always do, which I do appreciate. Yeah, man. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're going to the golden age. We are looking great today, and yeah, man, it's looking real cool. So I think that'd be a good idea to, you know what, John? I'm gonna bring up about those presidents, like we said before. I forgot to do that when I was creating this one, but for sure, John. And I would think that was your idea originally, if I'm correct, about the on the left, the presidents that are pretty much owned by the international bankers. I think that'd be real good to bring up as well. To bring that point up, I think that'd be really cool. To out. I'm thinking about doing that though for the next live and things, and we could talk about the presidents in the past. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna do my research a little bit to grab some source material where I got the stuff from to start sharing the sources more so things. This one was more of an easy one though, man, because if people really want to go to the source for this one, they can go to the nationalarchives.org to pull up Trump's policies and stuff. I would tell people I would stay away from Reuters because Reuters is pretty much a Democratic liberal funded propaganda machine. I caught a lot of lies coming from Reuters, man. I couldn't believe it, man, but it's there. I don't mess with Reuters. I stay away from platforms like that because we don't need platforms spreading propaganda. We need them to start telling the truth. Stop talking, spreading propaganda. I think right now we're past that now. I don't think we'll start seeing that for a long time anyway. I don't think we'll see any more personal agendas with propaganda and stuff. If the Democrats want to run, sure, we'll let them. We're not saying that they're not allowed to run, but you're not going to run propaganda. You're not going to use illegals and things of that nature. You're not going to keep dividing up the people, so therefore you can always have a seat in power. Those days are gone. And this is what I'll say to any liberal that want to vote on the left. You're entitled to do that. But research your party, understand what your party truly stand for. And don't just take my word for it about the Democratic Party. It was never the party of my ancestors. The Republican Party is the party of your ancestors, John, as well as mine. It was the ancestors of both parties. It wasn't the ancestors of the Democratic Party. John says, yeah, Reuters is a news service set up by the Rothschilds. Yeah, exactly. John says they are also directly on the Atlantic. That's why I don't read the Atlantic. I'm familiar with some of these. I don't read the New York Post. I don't read the Huffington Post. I don't read any of those because, once again, they ain't nothing more than controlled opposition, what we call propaganda. And I don't read propaganda print. And I love run magazines. I like National Geographics because I like animals and stuff like that. I love National Geographics. Even though, what's that? I used to love back then. I used to listen to NPR, but I stopped liking NPR when I found out that they're nothing more than an extenuate or the continuation of the Democratic Party. PBS used to be good, public service TV. I grew up watching public service TV back in the days, even when Sesame Street was on there, and they really done a horrible job. They dismantled PBS. We were learning a lot of stuff on PBS, and they went in there and took that over. PBS was always a good platform for children and people that wanted to learn about stuff. They destroyed PBS though, John. Damn shame. PBS was potentially considered a great show. It was publicly funded, right? And it was supposed to be unbiased, right? As well. So it's sad. Yep, PBS was awesome back in the day. I remember that. Those old Sesame Street, and people was learning. The kids were learning how to read. They were learning how to do arithmetic and learning about the alphabet and other things, though. So yeah, it's really sad though, man. What happened to PBS? Hopefully, we can get PBS back because still a great platform. NPR, hopefully that'll go away. They have to change. If they don't go away, they can't spit out propaganda and stuff like that. Because I haven't listened to NPR in a long time, man. But a lot of liberals, they listen to NPR news. You know, I used to listen to NPR back in the day. You know what I'm saying? I used to listen to NPR. But when I was listening to NPR in the early 2000s and the late 90s and stuff like that, I didn't remember it being that bad, to be honest. John says back then, Bert and Ernie, yeah, I know, right? Were still in the closet. I know, right? They were in the closet because Family Guy brought that up. And then I said, man, you're right, man. Because Bert and Ernie in the tub, my little rubber ducky, you're the one. I was like, it was about two gay men, one black, one white. Yeah, man. I mean, and they were gay. Bert and Ernie were gay. They were, man. They were gay. But we looked through that though, man. We watched Bert and Ernie. It was like, yeah, Bert, where? Yeah, when they were in the tub together. I said, I did as a kid, I didn't, you know what I'm saying, John? I didn't we didn't process that. It was like they were just hanging out in the tub with the rubber ducky. And I said, oh gosh, with the rubber ducky in the tub. And I think it was Bert in the front and because Bert was the female of the relationship and Ernie was the man. Yeah, when you think about it though. Yeah, Sesame Street, you ain't slick. Yeah, it's been slick for years though, man. Yeah, we had our first gay puppet show, which was Sesame Street. You're absolutely right. Because I haven't seen anything else. Let me see if I can recall. Yeah, because Tickle Me Elmo, wasn't he? He was gay too, right? He was supposed to be a boy or something, but wasn't he gay as well? I think Elmo was gay and things, but I'm not 100% for sure. But I said, don't no man act like that. you know, Tickle Me Elmo, Bert and Ernie, man. Man, when Family Guy came out with that, man, I was like, oh yeah, man. I never thought about that. I never thought about that. And I'm about to bring up something else too. You remember Peppermint Patty and you remember who was her Marcy? Remember those two from Charlie Brown? Yeah, Elmo is a newer character. Yeah, he's a newer character. He might be considered no gender too. He could be classified as no gender. I don't think Elmo was really classified as really a man or whatever. I think he was like a eunuch. They all were eunuchs when you think about it. But you remember Peppermint Patty and Marcy, right? Family Guy did them when they were just two lesbians because Peppermint Patty, she was kind of like wasn't even I wouldn't even classify her as a tomboy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Elmo is asexual, asexual. Yeah, he was. Yeah, Elmo was. He was asexual. Yeah, he was. Used to do that little tickle me like. Remember Tickle Me Elmo? Man, that went crazy, man. I bought my mother a Elmo, man. A little stuffed Elmo doll. My mother has it. hmm John said, I always wondered about them too. Yeah, Peppermint Patty and Marcy. They both were, you know, two lesbian women, right? She was always saying, yes, sir. All this, okay, sir. And then on the down low, she always used to act like she had a crush on well, she was, because she did have a crush on you know what I think? I'm gonna take that back. Not Peppermint Patty, but Marcy was definitely, I would say that she was gay. Marcy looked like she was gay, right? From the Peanuts from Charlie Brown. Marcy looked like she was straight up gay, right? Yeah, carpet muncher for sure. Had all the earmarks of it. She wasn't sexual. She never made her sex. She just wore those glasses and just same old hairstyle. Peppermint Patty, she would be. I guess you could consider her like a tomboy. Cause she did have a crush on Charlie Brown, though. You know, yeah, yeah, Chuck, yeah, she was like, she was more manly than Charlie Brown, though. You see, tag him in the arm or whatever. Yeah, Chuck, what are you doing, Chuck? You know, yeah, it could be bi too. You got a good point. Yeah, Peppermint Patty definitely bi, but not straight up a lesbian, but bi. But Marcy would be considered a lesbian. Lesbian, yeah, she would be considered a lesbian. Marcy off of the Peanuts, Charlie Brown, we're talking about. Yeah, those two characters right there, and things. But Charlie Brown, Linus with that blanket, sucking on his thumb, smart kids though, you know what I'm saying? Schroeder playing complex, very difficult symphony orchestra stuff. This guy was doing it on the piano. How if Schroeder back then when he came out, I think he was. I don't think those peanuts were no more than. I think they were under 10. I don't think they were really that old. They were really young though. Elementary school, definitely elementary school. You know, the Charlie Brown and them. A pup named yeah, what's it? A Snoopy the dog. What about Snoopy? You know, but yeah, Snoopy Woodstock. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, Peppermint Patty as a bisexual, and then Marcy as a full outright lesbian. She was always calling her sir. Yeah, that is true. She was always calling her sir and everything all the time. I said to myself as a kid, why is she always calling her sir? You could tell that Peppermint Patty was a woman. And back then, I mean, I didn't know anything about no, as a kid, we didn't know anything about transgender, all this other nonsense. We didn't know what, even homosexual. I think the most that I probably ran across is somebody that was gay. Snoopy was a boss. Yeah, he was. Man, Snoopy was into all kind of stuff. Snoopy had the Snoopy Mobile, which was him. Man, Snoopy played tennis. Snoopy was like, yeah, Snoopy was into a lot of stuff though, man. Yeah, Snoopy was the Red Baron. Man, what was Snoopy couldn't do? Snoopy went overseas to meet up with Charlie Brown, flew himself as a helicopter. Man, Snoopy was on it, man. Man, I gotta give a big shout out to Snoopy, man. Not Snoop Dogg, Snoopy. Snoopy the dog. Oh man, yeah. I got a little stuffed animal with Snoopy. One of my favorite characters, man. Snoopy, Yeah, that was what's up, man. Yeah, that was my show, man. And they were smart, man. They weren't no dummies. They knew about the Constitution. They knew about geography and stuff like that. Yeah, they really was on it, man. They really understood things. We can give a shout out to Snoopy too. I know, right? Snoop too. Yeah, Snoop Dogg. We can. Yeah. Now the only one to go by Snoop is Snoop Dogg. He started out hating, you know who? He started out hating Trump. He couldn't stand, but he performed at his inauguration and things like that. I did a little something as a reaction to Willie D. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Nelly, Carrie Underwood. I think Carrie Underwood got a little flack too, though, John. A little bit. Yeah, Carrie Underwood. She gonna be all right though. You know, um, I wouldn't be. Yeah, because some of these country singers, the Dixie Chicks was a big disappointment, man. Wasn't the Dixie Chicks a big disappointment to you, though, John? What you think about the Dixie Chicks? Yeah, man, they started off being country and they were trending for a minute. I remember them speaking out against Bush, which I totally understood because I wasn't a big Bush fan either. I couldn't stand the guy, man, really, to be honest with you, man. I was not a big Bush fan at all, though, you know. Mm-mm. But they were more liberal. The Dixie Chicks were liberal. Those were liberal chicks, you know. Taylor Swift, she started off as a country singer. You know, she still could play the guitar. She could do country if she wanted to before she got into being pop. But she's a liberal. Yeah, John says, I don't listen to country, hip hop, rock, and classic rock. Yeah, I hear that though. Well, I say unfortunately, I do like country music. I like hip hop too, some of it, certain things. Rock and classical rock, certain things I like, and things like that. Yeah, certain things. But I love jazz. I love classical music too, and I also love blues, and I love reggae. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I love reggae. I love Bob Marley and the Waiters, man. I love reggae because all of those when you can listen to blues, country, what else? Blues, country. They all have a story, right? You can like hear the story from that type of stuff, right? They all have a story. But you remember the Dixie Chicks? Yep, the Dixie Chicks. Yep. You don't hear from the Dixie Chicks no more. Yep, the Dixie Chicks. I'm gonna have to look up the Dixie Chicks. Yeah. But yeah, other people, yeah, I heard of them. Yeah, I couldn't tell you their songs right now. I think one of them says, um, thank God I'm a country girl or something like that. Yeah, they had a few hits and things like that. They used to play them on Young Country back in the 90s or the early 2000s, I think. Yep, Young Country. And then you got old country, young country, and stuff like that. Old country, uh, Travis, what's his name? Travis, not Travis Tritt, the other guy, the other one. Travis, what's his name? Him and a lot of other ones that they play. Yeah, yeah, they all told a story though. Yeah, yeah, but I like Lee Greenwood though. I like him, man. Yep, I like Lee Greenwood with that song though. How yeah, I love that song, man. The one that Trump played a lot of his opening rallies and stuff like that. Yeah. He I heard that the village people they didn't like Trump using the village people that song. It's fun to be at the Y. I'm no it's no shocker with the behind that though. Because we already know the village people, they've been gay since the 70s. They've been gay, man. Yeah. How can you not be gay? But I like the music. The music was good. Fun to be at the YMCA. Macho Man. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I know they were singing about gay stuff. But other than that, man, I mean, in the MAGA movement, everybody is accepted, you know? It ain't like one particular group. One thing with the MAGA thing, we don't call anybody out for being gay. We don't call anybody out for being a lesbian. Lesbian, we don't do that. You know what I'm saying? But just because I don't agree with a lifestyle per se, don't put me in and try to don't send in other words, there's no Nazis around here. So you don't have to come over here looking for any Nazis because I'm not a Nazi, obviously, right? Right? Which remind us though too, shall we cover something on the old relics of the Third Reich, which is still around? Isn't that something? Shall we dive into uh, what is it? Antarctica, New Schwabenland. Shall we dive in that? I don't think we're gonna get a lot of views on that, though. I'm probably gonna stay away from that topic. you know, that's too deep for him, though. That's too deep, John. That is too deep. Yeah, it's too deep, man. What lies in the deep Antarctic in that hole down there? The one that called himself the creator or the master, one of the two that they said. Yeah. I think that'd be too deep though, John. That would be too deep for me to get into, man. Yep. I have heard stories of people flying over there though. Restricted area though. New Schwabenland, you know? Yeah. Yeah, John, I'm gonna go ahead on and shut this down, man. Up and things, man. And I appreciate you, man. It's been great. I always enjoy talking to you as well as the rest. Give my shout outs again and give a shout out to John Paddock, ladies and gentlemen. John in the house. We're gonna talk about Omega, Sherry, and things as well as 1000 RR. Billy Sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Billy Sharp. Okay, I will catch you later too, John. And I'm gonna take that advice that you have given me. We can still roll this topic because it's still important. Have a great day too. And I'm gonna give a shout out to 1000 RR, also Big Kahuna, as well as Wallflower, and then the new ones that showed up today in this live. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna give a shout out to as soon as I can remember the name. Oh yeah, Brick City, AZ. Brick City. I hope you return, Brick City, man. You were putting on you and Boogie. Boogie Ray. Yeah. Yeah, Boogie Ray and Brick City AZ. I hope you guys don't be no stranger. You're always welcome to come back to Some Random Guy Speaks, man. I'm just a random guy. That's all I am, though. I don't mean no harm, but I do like getting to the truth. I like to explore the machinations of the world. You know what I'm saying? The machinations of the world. Can you imagine the back? Yeah, but in any event, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's all good. John, you was great, man. Would like to see Omega next time as well, and Sherry too. Yeah. So no matter what walk of life you come from, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna start doing my closings on this as well. You are all welcome, no matter if you're black, white, rich or poor, gay or straight. You you are all welcome in this room. We do not discriminate. We do not shun. We do not turn away. Just because we may have a difference of political beliefs does not mean that you cannot be here. You have the way. You have the what is it? You are allowed to speak, right? And I won't gaslight you. I'm not going to call you names. I'm not going to bully you, but you are more welcome when I do drop the link. And you'll know when I drop the link. I'm on the vertical right now, but when I'm not on the vertical, I will drop that link. You can come up, introduce yourself, tell me where you're from, and then we can have a conversation. All is welcome. I'm not going to do you like these other channels do, where you get thumb down, shouted down, gaslighted. I'm not going to gaslight you. No sense of gaslight. When you stand on truth, no need to gaslight. All I ask is that if we can have a respectable dialogue between two adults, because this is an adult thing. This is not for children. So, I try to make sure that I don't keep my cussing at a minimum. The most I'm trying to train myself to say is ish more and not let my emotions say the real word. But other than that, all is welcome here. Truly believe when I say that. I have people from farmers, ex-military, right? People that's in tech industry, truck drivers. I'm an Uber driver. You would figure I get a lot of Uber drivers as well too, but I haven't promoted it to them. I could though. I got a few of them that know about my channel, and then I got other personal friends that have been on my live before. Dwight been on my live. John met Dwight, and know him personally. You know what I'm saying? But I know these guys are busy, so those are not my ones that usually come on often. I would have to say, "Hey, I'm on live" or whatever. I have to do stuff extra to let them know because they don't really follow me like that. No disrespect, but they don't really follow me like that. So, other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you guys for listening to Some Random Guy Speaks. And you are more welcome to hit that like button. You also are welcome to hit that subscribe button. I only talk about the truth, nothing more. This is not some type of whacked out white right wing or old weirdo left wing agendas. It's not about that. We just try to speak the truth. That's about it. So you don't have to worry about that. I don't belong to any uh, any type of organizations. Is what I'm trying to say. Stuff like that. So, I'm all about American. This is about the main thing and the flying of the freedom of that flag. Which it stands for our unity. We are all Americans. So let us together, let us put aside of these differences, the tools that they have created to cause division. Let us come together. And I'll leave on this. Once again, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for listening to what I had to say today, talking about the 27 of the executive orders that Donald J. Trump have signed. There's way more than 200 as well too. And one day I'm gonna go over the rest of them. I think that's only fair. So therefore, um, may not change your opinion about Donald Trump, but just listen to what he has signed off on, and that right there, hopefully, that may be convincing. Because we're in a better space today than we ever were before, where the government has not been weaponized anymore. We don't have to worry about being spied on, right? Or being accused of being Russia, or any of these type of things. We don't have to worry about this stuff no more, ladies and gentlemen. It's our job to keep it. It's our job to keep it. Let us come together like RFK Jr. He came together with Trump. He didn't agree with all his policies either, but that don't mean that we can't come together. And you black liberals, put aside the hate. Stop with the hate. Stop with the propaganda machine. We can work together just like Eric Adams. He was willing to work with Trump. Trump gave him the opportunity to do the right thing. Well, this is what I love about Trump. They try to make him out as a tyrant. Trump have always did the right thing by allowing people, right? All he's gonna do is ask that you can do the right thing or not. He gives you the choice first. These other people chose to go against Trump. They did not want to do the right thing, right? But you can't say a whole lot bad about him if he give you the option and the choice to do the right thing, right? And this is what it's all about. Nancy Pelosi had the opportunity to do the right thing. She did not. Adam Shifty Schiff had the opportunity to do the right thing. He did not. Chuck Schumer had the opportunity to do the right thing. He did not. A lot of these people, Maxine Wicked West Waters, she had the opportunity to do the right thing. She did not. Gavin Newsom had the opportunity to do the right thing. He did not. You know what I'm saying? We can go and keep naming these people. You know, we can go with Mitch McConnell had an opportunity to join on with MAGA. He did not. John McCain, he did not. Liv Cheney did not. Nikki tried to play us. Nikki Haley, but she did not. She joined on with the War Hawk. She was about that and paid by, I believe, George Soros. So once again, before I'm gonna close for real this time, but I really wanted to bring this out though, man, seriously, to kind of give food for thought. Because I have a way of simplifying stuff to try to make it a little simpler and try to walk down common sense and logic. Because I know if I could walk my mother down, and she hated Trump at one time. My mother could not stand Trump. My mother thought he was a racist. She thought everything just like a lot of them did. But she never had no one to really explain his policies and what he's trying to do. She admitted later, she said, son, you know what? I never thought to think that Donald Trump was not a racist. That's what she said. She said, you made it so simple. I said, even when you started bringing up common sense and logic to me, and once I put my emotions aside, because my mother couldn't stand it back then when I used to say Trump, she couldn't stand it. She could not stand it though, man. You know what I'm saying? She used to always turn her face up, you know? So I got relatives that still cannot stand Trump, you know? But they're not my immediate household concern right now because I'm gonna let life itself be the educator. When they start seeing this country get back on track and get itself back together, I believe they'll come around later. If they never come around, that's okay too. That's okay too. But this misconception about Trump has hijacked the healthcare and how he's going to be cutting stuff off and cutting off welfare and cutting off food stamps. All this propaganda was driven by the left to make the people who voted for Trump or not suffer. And this wasn't the case at all. I have information that all the healthcare thing, in fact, he's going to improve on it to make it better, to make it more affordable just like he did with the insulin thing. He brought that price down. It wasn't who stole that idea was the Democrats, and they paid it off to be their own. That was Trump's baby. So whether you believe it or not, choice is up to you. But he have already made since he's been in 5 days, been in the Oval Office. He has gotten way more accomplished than any president in the history. And when in 120 days, or I should say 100 days from now, it's going to be not scary, but it's going to be amazing what he's going to do with his policies and everything. It's going to be truly amazing his first 100 days. So other than that, guys, I will leave. Thank you so much for listening once again, and I'm out. I just want to leave that to you guys for food for thought for the next one. Okay? So we're going to go over the presidents on my next one. We're going to go over the Democratic and the Republicans. We're going to go over the uniparty presidents, and we're going to go over we're going to go over who their backers was financially. We're going to dig that up too. We're going to go from 1913 up to 2020. We're going to reveal and give information for some of you guys that haven't even thought that far back. Started with Woodrow Wilson, and we're going to work our way on up. That's going to be on my next live. Okay, guys, take care of yourself. John, I appreciate you once again, man. You've been rolling with me from almost day one. I appreciate you. And so you guys take care. Peace and chicken grease. I'm out. All right. Thank you for enjoying the show. All right. And please like, comment. I would really appreciate it. Thank you as well. All right. Peace.